Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled it out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. Hit that thumbs up button, hit that subscribe button, turn on those notification bell icons too. Mike Sports Vibes is here in chat. PJ is here. Freshies for the follow. I appreciate that over on Twitch. Duck Butter with the follow on Twitch as well. And also, I can't forget to mention Denbrew. Thanks so much for the 13 months, man. I really do appreciate that. We are back, baby. We are back. It's been a long time. And guess what? We're playing against the Packers, and it should be a fun one out there tonight. It's going to be really cold. It is really, really cold over there. It's going to be below freezing, and I'm all excited for it, man. It is so cool to have the Eagles back. And by the way, now we have some new weapons too, because Howie made some moves at the deadline. I'm excited to see Jalen Phillips out there. Can't wait to see what he provides on that edge. Oh, it's going to be absolutely awesome. How about the storylines too about Micah Parsons and just coming on into this game, talking about how Micah Parsons is going to do against those Eagles, man. I'm all ready for it. I really am. Hopefully the Eagles can try to neutralize him tonight. But yeah, I expect that this is going to be a big game from Saquon. I expect that Jalen Hurts is going to have himself a good game too. Just do not take this Packers team for granted, because we don't know which version of the Packers that we're going to get tonight. But I do expect that Vic Fangio is going to dial up a very good game plan and have some really good defensive plays too for this team. And it should be very exciting. It really should be. I'm all fired up. I'm all ready to go. And yeah, it's going to be really, really something. I was listening to shout out to Nick Earnshaw. I was listening to his pregame show over on his YouTube channel. Shout out to him. He brought up an interesting point about Josh Jacobs and how he really hasn't been able to have much of an impact this season when it comes to just a breakout run. I expect that this defense is going to try to find a way to neutralize him, stack up the box, and make sure that he does not go off today, because we know that even in years past that Josh Jacobs has legs, and if he does find a gap, he can be utilized in that way. So really interested to see how that ends up working out too. A.J. Brown is back. We didn't even mention that. A.J. Brown is back in action tonight, and hopefully he has himself a big game as well. Comment what your final score predictions are down below. I'm sort of like cramming in everything at like the very last second. I apologize, but I'm just ready for this game. I'm ready for this game to start. It is a big win. It is a big game for them, without a doubt. After the game is done, we will have a post-game show, and we will be talking about what went on in this game. Talk about the good, talk about the bad, talk about the great, talk about the ugly. That's usually what we do after the game is over. But yes, comment what your final score predictions are down below. I'd love to hear them. I'm ready to like run through a brick wall right now because I'm just so excited to watch this team play. I've been thinking about them all week. I'm watching all these other games. I mean, Dallas didn't even play this week, but I'm watching the Washington Commanders play. I'm watching the San Francisco 49ers play, and just and even the Sunday night game, man. I'm listening to that, and I'm just like, man, like, where are the Eagles at? Where are they at? I'm ready. I'm really, really ready for it. Have I said that I'm ready? I think I have. I think I've said it a lot of times. Let's make sure that we get this up and running. And also we have to make sure that we get our little game day thing up too, and we're going to do that right now. But yes, do not take this Packers team for granted. I think that the other thing, I really want to see a lot of play action, especially tonight, if they are going to be utilizing, of course, the air game, which I expect that they're obviously going to do. But I'm just saying that I really don't want them to be running as much through the shotgun. I really want to see what types of play calling we're going to get out of Kevin Patullo and how his creativity is going to be in tonight. Dallas Goedert, I think that he'll have a big day today. I really do. I really don't trust this Packers secondary, so that's why I think A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert are going to have themselves a very, very good day. But, yeah, I don't trust any of their guys in their secondary, and I expect that we're going to be able to put a lot of points on the board today. I'm going to go, as my final score prediction, I'm going to go 30. I'm going to go 31. I'm going to go 31-24 Eagles. 31-24 Eagles is my final score prediction for tonight. All right. I believe that we're ready to get things underway. Let's go. All right. Eagles are 6-2. Packers, of course, 5-2-1 on the season. Both teams leading their divisions. And there's Nick Sirianni going up against Matt LaFleur, who's in his 7th season as the Packers head coach. Let me say hi to everybody in chat really, really quickly. Scott is also here. I'm a Vikings fan, but go Eagles, Mike says. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, I'm so excited. I really am. All right, so it is 33 degrees. It is 33 degrees out at Lambeau Field. They say that it feels like 26 because winds are gusting at 8 miles per hour. And so here we go, kickoff underway. The Eagles will kick it off, and because they ended up winning the coin toss, the Packers will get the ball first. On special teams on the run there, that was Keyshawn Nixon on the return. It was able to take it all the way for 33 yards, and that's going to set up the Packers at their own 39-yard line. Screen froze there. Sorry about that. So here's Jordan Love. He is going out there, and he will set up his offense. So that just took about 7 seconds off the play clock. Let me know what your final score predictions are down below. I'm going to go Eagles 27 to Green Bay 24. Davis says, I want a stress-free game today. Mewtwo says, I'm a little nervous because this could easily go either way. It could. Here's Love under center. Hands it off to Josh Jacobs, who runs in between the hash marks up the middle and gets about maybe 3 yards or so as he is taken down. So a little short game there. All right, so let's see. Let's get this up and going. So, of course, on the offensive side for the Packers, they got Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, Romeo Doubs. Golden is out. Malik Heath is out there at receiver, as well as Christian Watson and Luke Musgrave. Big loss for them, losing Tucker Kraft. All right, here's the snap and a little toss on over towards the outside to Josh Jacobs, who gets past the sticks and ends up gaining 6 yards and runs out of bounds over towards the near side. A little loft pass from Jordan Love there, and so they will be marked down at the 50. So far, 2 plays and 11 yards in just a matter of 41 seconds or so. To finish out the O-line for the Packers, you got Rasheed Walker at left tackle, Aaron Banks at left guard, Elgton Jenkins at center, Jordan Morgan at right guard, and Zach Tom over at right tackle. Get to the Eagles' defense in just a little bit. Love will be under center once again. Triplets over towards the right side. Packers are going from right to left in their green and yellow uniforms. A handoff over to Josh Jacobs, and he does get past the line of scrimmage, but gets about 2 yards. And Jalen Phillips makes his first tackle of his Eagles debut. Eagles, of course, got Jalen Phillips at the trade deadline from the Miami Dolphins. And good to see him out there making a nice little tackle. The Packers are coming off of a win against the they're coming off against a loss against the Carolina Panthers. They lost 16-13. They were on a 3-game winning streak after beating the Bengals, the Cardinals, and the Steelers. But their offense did not look so good. Another handoff over to Josh Jacobs, who gets past the left guard, swivels past the defender, and he goes for about an extra 4 yards. And there will be a 3rd and 3 at the Philadelphia 43-yard line. So far, 4 plays, 18 total yards in a matter of 2 minutes and 8 seconds on offense. Love to see this Eagles defense try to break through and allow Josh Jacobs not to be a factor as much on the ground. Hurts said, "Let's be the effing Eagles." I love that. Love gets the snap, dumps it off over to Josh Jacobs again, spins past one tackle, tries to get past the yellow line. Did he get there? They're going to mark him short as Andrew Makuba makes the stop. And so it's just about a gain of 2. It'll be a 4th and 1 at the Philadelphia 41. Push tush coming up, and it's good, and that'll move the sticks. So Jordan Love able to come away with a QB sneak, and he gets 2 yards, and the drive will continue for Green Bay. Didn't even have anybody push him from behind, I don't think. Let's see. Let's look back at the replay. Love was pushing forward, yeah, and was able to get some security from his center up towards the line of scrimmage, of course, from Eldon Jenkins. Love in the gun, gets the snap, dumps it off over to Josh Jacobs, who's right behind him, and he's taken down after the line and only gets maybe a yard. Jalen Carter's the one who stopped him right there. Would love to see a nice game from Jalen Carter, too. I'm sure that he's going to get a lot of attention. This guy definitely draws up a lot of double teams, that's for sure. So 10:43 left to go in the opening quarter between the Packers and the Birds. The game is out at Lambeau. Packers 5-2-1. Eagles are 6-2. Doubles over towards each side. Love will get the snap. He has time. He's looking. He's still looking. Pressure's coming, and down he goes. Jordan Love had plenty of time to try to throw that football away. Jalix Hunt was coming from the outside, and he just could not be contained there from Anthony Belton, and so was able to get some pressure and a loss of 11 yards. A big sack there by Jalix Hunt. And that sends them back to the Philadelphia 49. Love gets the snap. He's looking. He fires downfield, and it is incomplete. Quinion Mitchell able to provide some incredible coverage on Christian Watson. No flags, and special teams is going out there. Quinion did get banged up, and he is on the ground. And some players are going out there to go check up on him. And hopefully he's okay. Looked like as he was jumping up, there was some contact there. The trainer is out there too, the training staff, to go check up on Quinion. Obviously, you don't want to lose him. He is sitting down. Looks like they're checking his knee. Of course, Quinion in his second season went to Toledo College, the 22nd overall pick of last year's draft. It looked like Watson's right cleat just hit his left kneecap. Ooh. So Quinion does get up. He's walking on his own, which is good, and he's jogging back on over towards the sideline. So he does jog off after getting looked at by the Eagles trainers, and an injury timeout is taken. Oh, boy. That's not how you want to start things off. You obviously need Quinion, and this is a guy who provides a lot of speed. He's able to keep up with some of the top receivers in all of football. And, yeah, that'd be a big loss. But the good thing is that he was jogging on his own. But we'll keep you updated with what goes on with Quinion as the game does continue. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Drop those Eagles emotes in the chats. I gotta get a little bell. Ballin' Midgets, thank you for the follow. Freshies, thank you for the follow. Let's go. All right. Get rid of those bots. Let's go, mods. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles! Woo! Yes. If you guys know people that obviously cannot view tonight's game with what's been going on, please tell them about our channel. Let them know that we have you covered. Obviously, we don't show the game, but I do try to give my best type of radio play-by-play coverage. And, yeah, it's fun. It's fun, man. So, again, my final score prediction that I'm going to go with tonight, I wrote it down. 31-24 is my final score prediction for tonight. Eagles come out on top. My MVP of the game, I'm gonna go Jalen Hurts. I'm gonna go Jalen Hurts as my MVP, and I think that he gets. I said before when I was talking to my friend, I said that he was gonna get 250, but he told me that he's gonna get 200, and because of the weather, I'm gonna sort of backtrack and go and take his take, if that makes sense. All right, special teams is going to go out there to punt the football. And so the punter, of course, is going to be Daniel Whelan for the Green Bay Packers. So Whelan's punt is high. It's popped up right inside the 10. Caught at the 9. Fair catch signaled. And the Eagles will set up shop right at their own 9-yard line. Fair catch provided by Xavier Gibson. Let's go. Quinion is in the blue medical tent, according to Jeff McLean. So I just wanted to make sure that I said that for sure. All right. I didn't talk about the Eagles' defense. Sorry about that. So on offense, Jalen Hurts is out there. Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, and Dallas Goedert as his weapons. And then you got Mailata, Dickerson, Toth, Steen, and Lane on the O-line. Hurts gets the snap, dumps it off to Barkley. He has blockers, and he runs past the left guard, and he only gets 3 yards there. Got a little block over on the inside from Landon Dickerson. So a nice little run there. It's only for a gain of 3, but still. I also opened with Latou on the field in the fullback role. Just wanted to also provide that too. Cam Latou. 9 minutes left to go in the opening quarter between the Eagles and the Packers. Hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel as well. They'll run it from the shotgun this time. Doubles on each side. Hurts gets the snap. Throws it over towards AJ, who runs a little slant route, and he makes the catch, and it's good enough for 6 yards. It was Cooper who was able to tackle him, and it'll be now a 3rd and 1 at the Philadelphia 18. Nice little cute play there. I could totally liked the creativity and how A.J. Brown they used him running the slant. I expect that there's going to be a lot of slants in this game. So tush push is coming. It seems like Hurts is going to run towards the outside, and he gets 2 yards. I think that they faked a little tush push there, and Jalen Hurts was still able to sneak his way over towards the left side. So he gets 3 yards. And so it's now a 1st and 10 for the Eagles at their own 21. Let's go. All right, Hurts again in the gun. Tosses it over to Saquon, who runs towards the left side, gets it past the 20, and escapes a tackle, and is met by Xavier McKinney right at the 25, and it's only just for a gain of about 3 yards. So far, 4 plays on this drive for Philadelphia, 15 yards in a matter of a minute and 45 seconds. So Jalen Hurts is going to line them up once again. Hurts now under center. See what he does here. Gets the snap. Hands it off over to Barkley, who gets past the defender, runs past the 30, and splits one right at about the 39, and he's marked down at the 40-yard line. Nice run there by Saquon Barkley, and a good block over on the left side. Landon Dickerson, again, able to just eat on that offensive line. And also Tyler Steen able to provide him a little bit of a gap, too. And Xavier McKinney right in the secondary, able to tackle him. So it's a 1st and 10. They'll mark him down at the 39-yard line. It was a 15-yard run for Saquon Barkley, and so 3 rushes for him on the ground. This time they're going to hand it off again over to a Tanner Bigsby, and Bigsby gets about 5 yards. Somebody said during their pregame show that Tank Bigsby is going to have a big day today, and he might be an X factor in this game. And honestly, they might be right about that. I know that he had a lot of yards against those Giants in garbage time, but who knows? With the way that they utilize him, he could be a weapon out there for the Eagles on offense. 2nd and 5 at the Philadelphia 44. They're moving from left to right. It's Hurts in the gun. Towards his right side is Saquon Barkley. Hurts will get the snap. He drops back, looks towards his left side, throws it incomplete. The intended receiver was Devontae Smith, but he was covered. And it'll be a 3rd and 5 back at the Philadelphia 44. All right, what's up, chat? What is going on? Seema Fox says, yeah, baby. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up button. We're trying to get to 200 likes today. Carrington Valentine able to provide the coverage on Devontae Smith. So now it's 3rd and 5. Dotson in motion, going from right to left. 3 seconds left on the play clock, but flags come flying everywhere. Right in the... let's see what the word is here. They were pointing and saying that there was some movement up front for the Eagles. 5 minutes and 38 seconds left to go. They're going to call a false start. Is it going to be on Mailata? It is. Let's look again. Dotson was in motion. Really didn't see a whole bunch of movement up front from Mailata, but regardless, it'll now be 3rd and 10, and that sends the Eagles back to their own 39-yard line, so they do lose 5 yards on that penalty. It's the first penalty of the game. 5 minutes and 38 seconds left in the first quarter. No score between the Packers and the Eagles. This is the Eagles' first time on offense. Hurts gets the snap, drops back. He rolls over towards the right side. He has 2 Packers on him, but he's going to throw it and zip it for a first down, and it's caught by Will Shipley, and Shipley able to make the catch as he ran out of bounds over towards the outside. Beautiful improvisation there from Jalen Hurts. And again, the blitz was coming. He had to roll out of the pocket, navigate towards the right side, and Will Shipley was able to get some open space as he was running with Hurts there, and that was very well executed by Jalen. And also a nice catch, too, by Will Shipley. They used him as a receiver, and it worked. 5:08 left to go in the first quarter. Ball spotted at the 50-yard line. Hurts under center. Gets the snap, hands it off to Barkley, and Barkley runs in between the hash marks, but he's met by about 2 Packers who take him down after about a gain of 2 yards, including one of them being Quay Walker. Looks like Fred Johnson is going to come on out of the game. Of course, he went to Florida. He was an undrafted free agent by the Birds and is now in his 7th season for Philadelphia. That was a big throw, though, by Jalen Hurts. Good play by QB1. Hurts hands it off again over to Barkley. Escapes a tackle from the ankles and now tries to go towards the right side. And about 3 Packers players were there and said, "You're not going to get past me," including Eli Cooper and also Sorrell as well. So it'll be 3rd and 5. Ball is at the Green Bay 45-yard line. And Saquon is going to head on over to the sideline right now. They won't use him here as their back. 3rd down and 5 yards to go. Looks like Shipley is in. And he is on the right side of Jalen Hurts. Triple receivers towards the right side. Hurts gets the snap. He drops back, looks up the middle, finds Devontae Smith, that is. And Smith makes the catch. It's about an 8-yard gain. It'll move the sticks. And another nice pass there by Jalen Hurts. I mean, this secondary seems to be struggling for the Packers, and the Eagles receivers are getting some open looks. 1st and 10 at the 37. Hurts gets the snap, drops back, rolls over towards his left side, finds A.J. Brown, and he'll make the catch, and it'll be a gain of 7 yards. He did go out of bounds. And Valentine able to get him down. 2nd and 3. 3 minutes left to go in the first quarter. So far, 12 plays and 61 yards in a matter of 6 minutes and 23 seconds on this Eagles drive. And they are now at the Green Bay 30-yard line. Hurts in the gun again. Dotson was in motion. And this time, another handoff that goes up the middle over to Will Shipley, who fights for 40 yards, and he'll get the 1st down. It looks like he was about to be stopped 2 yards short of the yellow line, and he was able to just fight for those extra yards and muscle his way through to get to the Green Bay 26. Again, just really good pressure up front by this Eagles offensive line, making plays happen. 2:05 left to be played in the opening quarter between Philadelphia and Green Bay here on Monday Night Football. Hurts under center yet again. Looks like Bigsby and Shipley are out there. Hurts makes the handoff. He'll roll over towards his left side. This is a play-action passive of a play. Hurts still has time. Rolls now over towards the right side. Has to loft it, and it'll be out of bounds. So nobody was home over on the left side, and then he tried to navigate towards the right. He actually had plenty of time, and again, good blocking by the Eagles O-line again. Devontae Smith looked like he was open over on the left, but Hurts was not able to find him. And they're showing these replays here. 2nd down and 10 yards to go. Clock stopped at the 1:44 marker here in the opening quarter. There's 5 seconds left on the play clock. Dual receivers on the right side. Now Devontae Smith in motion, going from right to left. Hurts gets the snap, hands it off over to Saquon Barkley. Tries to run past the right guard and zigzags over towards the center. And he's down at about the 24-yard line, so only just a gain of 2 yards there. Nobody able to get him some separation on the outside, and the Packers did a good job at clogging that right outside there. What's up, Lou? What is going on? How are you, my friend? Thank you so much for being on here. Moose Knuckles is also here. Shout out to you. 15 plays, 67 yards in a matter of 8 minutes and 28 seconds in this first quarter so far. Eagles offense is moving pretty well, to say the least. Hurts gets the snap. He's going to run. Takes it past the 20. Lost the ball at about the 18. It's picked up by the Packers and taking it to the 25, to the 30. And going out at about the 35-yard line is the Packers secondary. And so Jalen Hurts fumbles the football. He lost it, and the Packers will take on over. Let's look again. McKinney is the one who got a hand on it, and then the ball got punched out as well from Green Bay. That was Cooper who punched it out, and Hurts could not hang on. So the ball was punched out by Eli Cooper, and it'll be Packers football. And Jalen Hurts not too happy with himself. That was a designed quarterback run for Jalen Hurts. He converted, but then just could not hang on to the ball. And so the Packers will take on over. And with 49 seconds to go in the first quarter, it'll be their football. Crazy. 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 36. Recovered by Nixon. Nixon is the one who got it. I was trying to look at the replays to see who ended up getting the ball. It was Keyshawn Nixon. I believe that's his first fumble recovery of the season. So all that for a fumble, and the Eagles will have to play defense at the Green Bay 36-yard line. Damn. That's a rally killer. I'm not going to give him a lot of heat, though, because he rarely does turn the ball over, and it's naturally going to happen. It just sucks that he turned it over there, and a turnover like that can definitely cause the pendulum to swing in the other direction. So, yeah. Moose Knuckles, what's going on, man? Man, that's too bad. Got to hang on to the football there, and that's honestly the only person to blame right there is Jalen Hurts himself for not being able to hang on. You know? That's the way that I look at it. Mustered up a pretty good drive there. Barkley had a 15-yard gain, and Will Shipley had a nice catch. There was one nice play where Jalen Hurts was being held on the ropes by the Packers defense and found Will Shipley towards the outside. Looked like he was running a little drag route, I guess. But it was a nice catch there, but all that for nothing. And they took a lot of time off the clock, too. 8 minutes and 46 seconds of play time. So, Sam says, is this on YouTube TV? No, it's not. It's not. The feud is still going on between ESPN and NFL and YouTube TV. They can't come to an agreement. But that's why we're here. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we're here. Packers are now going from right to left. Love lost the ball. It was he tried to hand it off, and he just dove back on top of it. And so it'll be 2nd down. Let's look again. He got the ball, tried to hand it off to Josh Jacobs, and Jacobs could not hang on, and Love just dove on forward, got on top of it, and it was recovered at the Green Bay 33, so it's just a loss of 3 yards. So the fumble, and it was aborted at the Green Bay 31, but recovered at the 33. 15 seconds left to go in the opening quarter, about 5 seconds separating the game clock from the play clock here. Receiver in motion, Love will get the snap, and the ball, as he passed it, was blocked by Jalen Carter, and it'll be 3rd and 13. Off the fingertips of Jalen Carter, he volleyballed it, and it went down. Nice play by Jalen, too. So 3rd down, 13 yards to go. Ball is at the Green Bay 33. And as Love just went backwards, don't even know where he was throwing it to. He didn't get it high enough over Jalen Carter. And so 5 seconds left to go in the first quarter. And Love will have an empty backfield here. 5 seconds left on the play clock. Double receivers on each side. Love gets the snap, drops back, and he'll roll over towards the right side. He's at the 30, now runs to about the 40 and dives backwards and ends up getting... He did not get the first down. He was marked just a little bit short. They'll call it a 4th and 1 at the Green Bay 45. I thought maybe he had it, but he was marked short. It's a 12-yard run by Jordan Love, and we're going to go into quarter number 2. They'll call it a 4th and 1 at the Green Bay 45-yard line, and we'll be back in just a little bit for the start of quarter number 2. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, what's going on, everybody? Hopefully you are all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. We've been going on for the Eagles. We also have done the Sixers on here as well, and we also do the Phillies. Our next Sixers game is actually going to be on Friday. I'm actually going to the game tomorrow, so I will not be on. All right, so it's a 4th and 1 at the Green Bay 45-yard line. Again, just a good try by Jordan Love. They are going to go for it. So ESPN Analytics says go for it. So Matt LaFleur is going to keep his offense out there, and let's see if the Eagles' defense stays true. Love is under center. Dual receivers on each side. Jacobs in the backfield. Love launches forward and gets himself a QB sneak, but there are flags flying everywhere. I think he went too soon. That's what they're saying, so they'll call it a false start. They'll be on Aaron Banks for movement up front just a little bit early, and yeah, he did. Went just a little bit early before the snap. So that'll send them back for about 4 yards. And it'll be a 4th and 5 at the Green Bay 41. And now the special teams is going to go on out there. So the Eagles do end up getting the stop, I believe. Whelan is going to go out there to punt the football, and Xavier Gibson will be the returner here. Here's the snap and the punt. And it will be popped up and caught within the 4-yard line. Gibson runs towards the outside, takes it to about the 10, gets past the 15, and he hangs onto the ball as he got past the 20, got twisted and turned around by Brooks, and was taken down at about the 21-yard line. For him to be able to return that for 18 yards, that was actually pretty impressive. Williams and Anderson were also there to provide some pressure, too, on him. And so the Eagles will have the football at their own 21-yard line. You know, the whole MVP conversation, of course, has been around Jonathan Taylor and Matthew Stafford. But I'll tell you this, Jalen Hurts, I think that you can put him... I think that you can still put him in the conversation. Obviously, he hasn't had a historical season like the both of those guys have, but I mean, he's been playing very well this year. First and 10 at the Philadelphia 21. I mean, we've seen time and time again how clutch this guy is under 2 minutes left, and if you need him to come up with a game-winning drive or make a game-winning play, he does do that. And he's answered the bell a lot of times. Hurts in the shotgun again. Hands it off to Barkley. And Barkley is taken down as he loses about 3 yards there. Looks like Johnson was out there trying to provide a little block. And Saquon Barkley just ran right on into him. Let's look again. Mailata tripped up. Oh, that's what it was. Mailata got tripped up. And so Saquon Barkley had to run towards the right side. He sort of lost his footing, Mailata. That's what sort of caused Saquon Barkley to get taken down for a loss. 2nd and 13, and the ball is at the Philadelphia 18. Hurts in the gun, gets the snap, throws it over to Barkley, and Barkley is going to dive on forward. It was a short pass there, and they'll say that he ended up getting no gain. They'll call it a 3rd and 14. Barkley, as soon as he caught it, he also lost his footing too and just could not really get too far. They're showing some of these cleats out there. 3rd and 14 at the Philadelphia 17-yard line. Hurts gets the snap, hands it off over to Will Shipley, who runs towards the outside, takes it to about the 24-yard line, and ends up getting 7 yards out of it, and it'll be a 4th and 7 and a 3 and out for the Eagles offense. It's not what they really wanted to do there. Really weren't able to get anywhere. Only 3 yards on 3 plays. 12 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in the first half. The returner will be Romeo Doubs, and Braden Mann is out there to punt the football for Philadelphia. Mann will punt this one right up high, and it'll be caught at about the 10, and taking it to the 20 is Romeo Doubs, and he is met by a couple of Eagles there as he was down at about the 21-yard line, and the Packers will have the football. Jordan Love will be coming on in, and we'll see if the Eagles' defense can try to get themselves another stop here. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, so I just wanted to let you know that Quinyon Mitchell is back in the game. He came back after he ended up going into the medical tent, but I just wanted to make sure that we let you know about that. All right, 1st and 10. And the ball will be at the Green Bay 22-yard line. And the Packers will have the ball. So far today, Jordan Love has only completed 1 pass on 3 tries. Hurts, on the other hand, 5 for 7 in the passing game. He did fumble the football, though, after on the Eagles' first drive. Love in the gun. Gets the snap, hands it off to Josh Jacobs, who runs up the middle, and he is going to be down after about a gain of 5. He's pressing for some yards there, and looked like Jalen Carter got on him, and so did Jordan Davis. They're showing a replay of Jordan Love almost getting that first down towards the end of the quarter. 2nd down, 5 yards to go. Ball is at the Green Bay 27-yard line. Love again under center this time. Pitches it back over to Josh Jacobs, who runs past the right guard, takes it outside the 30, and now outside towards the 35, and he is out of bounds at about the 38-yard line. A gain of 11 yards by Josh Jacobs. And, well, this guy has been a factor so far today. 7 rushes for 31 yards. He was able to get 11 right there, and Jordan Love able to pitch it on over to him. And a good block, too, from the right tackle there for the Green Bay Packers. That was Zach Tom, able to neutralize the Eagles' defense. Jacobs has averaged about 4.5 yards per carry tonight. There's Davis over on the sideline for the Eagles. 4-man rush up front for Philadelphia. Here's the snap and the handoff, and down is Josh Jacobs as he got about 3 yards. Jalen Phillips sort of closed that gap and was able to meet him right at about the 41-yard line, and it'll be a 2nd down. They got to get to the 48 in Green Bay territory. I'll tell you what, Tucker Kraft, it's a big loss for them. 32 receptions, which is 2nd on the team. Also led the team in 6 touchdowns that he caught, and he is out for the remainder of the season, so a big loss there at tight end, of course, for the Packers. Love gets the snap again, drops it off over to Josh Jacobs, and the Eagles, well, Ojomo missed 1 tackle, but Nakobe Dean took him down for a loss of 1. It could have been a loss of 3, but Nakobe Dean was still able to provide an ankle tackle there, and it'll be now a 3rd and 8, and the ball is at the 40-yard line. Good defense by the Eagles over on the left side. And 3rd and 8 coming on up. So far, the Packers are 0 for 3 on 3rd downs today. Receiver in motion. Love will get the snap. He drops back, looks up the middle, throws it, and it is caught, but it's short of the yellow line. Jahad Campbell able to tackle Musgrave, the tight end for the Green Bay Packers, and it'll be 4th and 2, and they're now 0 for 4 on 3rd down today. And the Packers, again, are going to go for it here at their own 46-yard line. It seems like that the offense is still out there. Yes, they are. Triples towards the left. 10 seconds left on the play clock. And now Love is going to go under center. Signals, goes back. And 1 second left on the play clock here. And nothing to it. A flag is going to be called. And they tried to draw the Eagles' defense off sides, it seems. And now the special teams are going to go out there as a delay of game is called on Jordan Love. Good job by the Eagles to stay true right there. No movement or anything. And some good tackles, one by Nakobe Dean. I mean, good for him to be able to break through and be able to stop Josh Jacobs on that one play. Also, Jahad Campbell had a couple of tackles. Jalen Phillips, seems like he's had a pretty good game so far. One nice little tackle there to stop Josh Jacobs from getting some extra yards when he closed that one gap towards the right side. Here's the punt. This one is going to be kicked high, and it's going to bounce inside the 2 and go towards the end zone for a touchback. And the Eagles will set up shop at their own 20-yard line with 8 minutes and 28 seconds to go in the second quarter. So we are still... Nothing is going on. No score. Nada. Not a single thing on the scoreboard between the both of these teams. Neither team has flinched so far. And by the way, they have all 3 timeouts remaining. All right. How's everybody doing, chat? JJ the bots. They're all slipping. Yeah. Mods, if you are here, stop those bots from coming. I would really appreciate that. Pure Philly Payne is here. What's going on, man? Yeah. This is going to be a big offensive drive for this team right now. I need them to go out there with poise. Hopefully we get some more slants and that the play calling doesn't go stale. The last drive, I call it the slip and drive. Yeah, instead of a slip and slide, it was everybody slipped up. I mean, Jordan Mailata lost his footing as Saquon Barkley was like right behind him after he got a handoff, and Mailata was supposed to go towards the right, and then he slipped over on that turf. Barkley was right behind him, so he sort of had to improvise, and there were about 3 Packers right there that met him immediately, and he couldn't get that block. And then on the very next play, there was a little toss to Saquon, and he lost his footing on a little loft pass from Jalen Hurts. So they lost another yard there. I just don't understand, too, why they also ran it on what was a 3rd and 13 there and gave it to Will Shipley. I don't think they should have done that, but we'll see how they respond now. Eagles today on 3rd down, they are 3 for 5 on 3rd down conversions. Also, I didn't mention this, but Josh Jacobs, I don't think I mentioned this, but Josh Jacobs has not had, I think his longest burst for a run this year is 19 yards. Somebody said that a little bit earlier, but again, he hasn't really had a lot of success over on the ground. So that's been something that I sort of thought about coming on into this game. In the last game that he played, he rushed for 66 yards on 19 carries. Yeah, his longest was 19, and that was back against the Dallas Cowboys on September 28th. That was week 4. Actually, in this last game that he ran, he got 17 touches for 87 yards and averaged about 5 per carry. Also got 5 targets in the receiving game for 13 yards. So the Eagles are back. They are going to start at their own 20-yard line. No score out at Lambeau Field here on Monday Night Football. Eagles are 6-2. Packers are 5-1. Play action pass from Jalen Hurts as he rolls out over towards the right side, throws it, and it's caught by Dallas Goedert. He'll try to zigzag past the defender, and he's marked down at about right on the hash, the left hash that is, and it'll be a 2nd and 3. Jalen Hurts was able to throw that football and give it to Dallas Goedert. They actually say that he was down at the 28. Isaiah McDuffie's the one who made the tackle there. I thought maybe that ball was going to be picked off, but he just threw it right on the money over to Dallas Goedert. Made an excellent throw. 5-man rush up front for Green Bay. And Hurts again will get the snap. He drops back again. He has time. Looks up the middle. Throws it. And it's deflected and incomplete. He tried to find Goddard. That would have been at the 45-yard line. And it'll be 3rd and 2 back at the Philadelphia 28. Good deflection there by Nixon. And Nixon is the one who ended up recovering the fumble when Jalen Hurts fumbled on that first drive. So, yeah, they tried to get Goddard open up the middle. They provided some pressure there. And a good job by Nixon, who almost dove on forward and almost caught it, but deflected it out of the hands of Dallas Goedert. He has 10 pass breakups this year, Keyshawn Nixon, which is tied for the most in the National Football League. Hurts gets the snap, drops back again, looks towards his left side, throws it, it's incomplete. It was supposed to go to Jahan Dotson, and so the Eagles again not able to do a good job on offense. So they've only gotten 11 yards in their last 6 plays on offense, and the Packers, well, their defense will go back over to the sideline with smiles all over their face. 4th and 2, and the special teams unit is going to go out there for Philadelphia. Man again out to punt for Philadelphia, and Dobbs will return it. 3 seconds left on the play clock here. Here comes the punt by Man. And this one is popped up right inside the 50, over towards the 41, and the ball just rolls right at the 41, and that is where the Packers will start up on offense. So not a good job there on special teams, and the Packers had pretty good field positioning there. Tell you, both teams overall have looked pretty brutal. Let's see if the ball was blocked. I think actually a Packer may have gotten a hand on that. So it's just a 31-yard punt. It may have been deflected off of someone's knuckle there. James Seltzer says this: should have pushed on 3rd down, on 3rd and 2. Can do it again on 4th down if you don't get it on the 3rd. Yeah, I didn't like the play calling there, especially with the throw to Jahan Dotson, like over on the outside. I thought that was just not a good play call whatsoever. I mean, he wasn't really even able to get open, but you know, they were trying to come up with a short play there, and Dotson was covered on the outside, and thought that maybe they could have went with a tush push there. I don't know. I was thinking sort of the same thing in the back of my mind. But yeah, 7:25 left to go in the second quarter. Neither team has scored so far today. The defense is locked in, says Lou. The defense has been playing very well, but the offense has not looked good at all. Eagles have only had 5 first downs today, and the Packers have only had 3. I'll tell you this, though, not a lot of penalties. Only 1 for the Eagles, 2 for the Packers. So that's been a plus, I would say. I figured that the Eagles in this game were going to have to win the clock, and they were going to have to win the time of possession. They put up a very long drive on that first drive that they had, and I thought that was a golden opportunity for them to score. But then again, Jalen Hurts that was on himself. The ball was punched out. He couldn't hang on to it, and ended up turning it over there. And that was the Eagles' 4th turnover of the season. You don't want that to happen. But and again, I don't blame. I blame Jalen Hurts for that, obviously, but I'm not angry about it, because this guy really does not turn the ball over a lot whatsoever. So he's going to eventually make some mistakes. And so I really wasn't like, it's the end of the world. Yes, like you should want to be able to be better, and you should strive for perfection, but that's how I feel. Quinyon Mitchell, he said that he's back in the game. The ball is snapped to Jordan Love, and he throws it, and Quinyon Mitchell deflects it out of the hands of Romeo Dobbs, says no, and it'll be 2nd and 10 back at the Green Bay 41-yard line. Love has only completed 2 passes tonight. He has ran for a total of 14 yards. Remember, he had that 13-yard run where he sort of tried to back his way to get a first down. Almost worked, but almost doesn't count. 2nd and 10 at the 41. Love gets the snap. Will pitch it on over to Josh Jacobs, and Jacobs got past the line of scrimmage and was taken down immediately by Jalen Phillips as he had nowhere to go. So Jalen Phillips covering that left side, able to break on through past the center, Morgan, and he just was able to be a force to be reckoned with on defense. 3rd and 8. Phillips having himself a very good first half. The newly acquired Eagle. Here's the snap. And Love has it. He throws it up the middle. Blocked again by Jahad Campbell. And incomplete. 4th and 8. And the Eagles defense stays strong. As Love was dropping back, he was looking up the middle, I believe, for Dontavian Wicks. And Jahad Campbell got his left hand up in the air and was able to just batter it around, block it. And the Eagles have their second block today. One was from Jalen Carter, and this time Jahad Campbell able to make an impact there too. Wheelan with the punt. It's high. This will be caught outside the 14-yard line. And Gibson on the return takes it all the way over to the 25, and he's past the 30, and I believe he'll be down at the 32. So they will have the football. It'll be a 1st and 10 at the Eagles' 25. I missed the yard markers there. Apologize about that, but they have another timeout. I'm going to take another step off because I do need to stretch. I will be right back, though. Don't go anywhere. I love you guys. Let's go. We got to stay locked in, and hopefully the offense comes through. All right, what's going on, everybody? District Nation is here. What's going on, my friend? DN, shout out to you. 6 minutes and 37 seconds to go in the first half between Philadelphia and Green Bay. Hurts gets the snap, hands it off over to Barkley, runs up the middle, past the 30, and he is down at about the 33, ran in between the hash marks, and was neutralized by Quay Walker by the time that he met him. Honestly, if they just keep the ball moving on the ground, I think that could really help them here, especially on this drive. Want to try to put up a long drive here and get this Green Bay defense on their toes. Maybe setting up the run game, especially in this type of weather, would help them. 2nd and 3. They'll hand it off again to Barkley. This time he has some space up the middle, goes past the 35, and he's down at the 39. But there's a flag thrown. Looks like Johnson is down. Is that Lane Johnson? He's now on his knees. The training staff is out there. Obviously, this guy has been a heck of a player for this Eagles offensive line. We'll see what the flag is, but obviously, more importantly, you're hoping that Lane Johnson is okay. So Barkley ran past him. Johnson tried to provide a block, and it looked like Williams for Green Bay was diving to try to tackle Saquon, and his helmet hit the ankle of Lane Johnson, and he's now hobbling off the field. There's Big Dom out there to give him a little pat on the back as he goes over towards the sideline. So it'll be 2nd and 3. And Lane Johnson's going to be checked out in the blue medical tent. They called an illegal shift, but they offset penalties because they also called a defensive holding as well. Fred Johnson is back out there. And hopefully Lane is okay. Grant Calcaterra is also in for the Eagles at tight end. 2nd and 3 at the 33-yard line in Philadelphia territory. Smith is in motion, going from left to right. Hurts again, gets the snap, hands it off to Barkley, and tries to juke past one defender, and he is only going to get about a yard as Anagbear makes the tackle and stops him at the 34. Lane has obviously been a very good blocker on this Eagles team and has been doing it very well for a long time. So it'll be 3rd and 2. 5 minutes and 3 seconds left to go in quarter number 2. Hurts drops back, looks towards the left side, throws it incomplete, but a flag will be thrown. Dallas Goedert was being covered by Sorrell, and Sorrell pushed him. And so they will call probably a defensive pass interference, I believe. Looks like he absolutely got pushed there and held, too. So it will be a pass interference for 6 yards, and the Eagles will move the chains and have it at their own 40-yard line. Goddard sort of threw his left hand up in the air. I mean, he was nowhere near the ball. The ball was thrown above him. Hurts under center. 10 seconds left on the play clock. 5 seconds left on the play clock now, and now we have some movement up front and flags come flying everywhere. Mailata was pointing right at Devontae Wyatt. But they will call a false start on Mailata. Lane Johnson is going to go back to the tunnel. Big Dom and one of the training staff members are supporting him. So it'll be 1st and 15. It's a big loss, man. 4:53 left to go in the second quarter. Dual receivers on the right side. Smith in motion. A handoff over to Barkley, who tried to run down the center. Nobody was home. Gets past the right guard and takes it over towards the outside. He ran for about 20 yards there, but a flag was thrown, and it's going to be called on the Eagles. It'll be on Brett Toth. So you have no Juergens, you have no Johnson, Lane Johnson that is. Saquon Barkley was running over towards the outside, and that just erased about a 20-yard run. So now it'll be a 1st and 25 at the Eagles' 25. They have got to get to the 50. The offensive holding was a bad penalty right there. 4:35 left to go in the second quarter, and again, neither team has scored. I expect this. Hurts will hand it off over to Barkley, and he runs past the left guard. Valentine is there right at about the 29, and so is Rashad Gary, and they will take him down at the 30-yard line. We got 2 backups in that line. That's tough. Yeah, that certainly does not help, right? So, of course, Barkley's best run was knocked away by a hold. 2nd and 20. Bigsby is out there. Over on the right side of Jalen Hurts. Smith in motion going from left to right. He'll fake the handoff this time. Hurts with a short pass over to Devontae Smith, who catches at the 30, takes it to the 35. And he gets taken down at the ankles, and he gets roughed up at the 39-yard line. Williams, by the time he caught it, it was after about 3 yards. He ran after the catch, sort of stopped his flow as he was diving on right at his ankles and sort of slowed him up. That was a clutch tackle there made by him. 3rd and 11, now at the 39-yard line. They got to get to the 50. Hurts is in the shotgun. They really haven't ran a lot of plays under center, I've noticed. Hurts gets the snap, drops back, steps up now, and he's looking. He shows the football, and instead he's going to run past the 40 and take it right to about the 43-yard line. Micah Parsons did provide some pressure on him to sort of scramble towards that outside, and it'll be a 4th and 7 at the Philadelphia 43. Don't know really what ended up happening there, but the Eagles only ended up getting 17 yards on that drive. That drive took 3 minutes and 39 seconds of game time, and it was only just 5 plays. And special teams will go back out there again, and the Eagles' offense goes silent. It's now 3 bad drives in a row by Philadelphia, if you don't count the first. Here is the punt, and this is popped up right at about the 5. That's where it drops, and then a flag is thrown as the Green Bay offense goes out there. It sort of dropped forward over towards the 7. Let's see what this flag is, though. We're 7 seconds away from the 2-minute warning. They're calling it, they initially called it against Green Bay, but now they're saying it's against Philly. And they're going to assess this penalty here. They call a holding on Keely Ringo, and it'll be a replay of 4th down. So now it'll be a 4th and 17, and the Eagles will have it at their own 33-yard line. Offensive holding called on Keely Ringo. Downfield, yeah. Grabbed Melton right there. Melton was crying wolf to the refs. 4th and 17 with 2:07 left to go in the second quarter. They're going to replay this punt. Here's the snap. It was a little bit low, but it was caught by a man. He punts it, and this is going to bounce inside the 30 towards the 22 and taken by Watson past the 30, and he tries to spin forward, but 3 Eagles were there to plow him down, and it'll be a 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 32-yard line. So 1:54 left to go. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and the Packers will get the ball back. What a sloppy game so far today on both teams' offenses, really. Eagles' defense has played well, and again, that's really been the story of the game, is that the offense has just looked so silent, and they're not being creative at all. I mean, I'm surprised that Dallas Goedert's not really running a lot of slants, and every time that they that they go to. I mean, like, there's just specific plays where I'm watching them on third down, and they're just making some dumb decisions. Really. Like, Jalen Hurts is scrambling with the ball on that little third and long there. Like, what's going on? Lydia says, I'm telling you, that guys are doing everything they can to knock us down, but we're not giving up, so we're going to fight. Let's go Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, baby. We need some energy, man. They need some 5-hour energy or something, especially now that Lane Johnson is, I mean, I don't know what his status is going to be for the rest of the game, but he went back to the tunnel. And again, you don't have Cam Jurgens. I'm not trying to make excuses, but those are losses. And you still have to try to find a way to win without them. You know? So I'm disappointed with this offense so far. And Keely Ringo, man, like, cost the defense 25 yards there. Like, what are you doing? What's going on? Why is he still out there? At this point, this guy, I think it's safe to say that he's been a minus for this Eagles team, really, on defense. He's made some very bad plays, gets beaten up a lot of times when teams take advantage of him, and he gets picked on, you know? The brilliance of Kevin Patullo at work is at work yet again, says Jay Decker. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong, man. So Lane Johnson is listed as questionable to return. Just wanted to throw that out there. Eagles have 6 men up in the front on defense. Love is now under center. This will be a play action pass and a little loft pass over to the tight end. And Musgrave gets pushed out of bounds by Zach Bond. That was actually a really nice call there by Matt LaFleur and the Packers offense. And Love was able to just loft it on over to him, over towards that right side. Nobody was covering him. And then Zach Bond had to sort of stop them from getting past the yellow line. A handoff this time to Josh Jacobs, who is able to find some space up the middle, gets 5 yards, and is down by Blankenship and Phillips on the assisted tackles. All right, so it's a 1st and 10 now. Love drops back as he gets the snap, throws it wide open as Watson at the 50, and he's tackled at the ankles by Nakobe Dean. And it's now a 2nd and 5. More guys getting open looks. That was to Josh Jacobs, excuse me. So 2nd down for Green Bay. 1:03 left to go. Eagles and the Packers have not used a timeout so far. Loving the gun, gets the snap. He drops back. Pressure's coming. He escapes the blitz. He's going to run past the 50, take it towards the outside to the 40, and he is down at the 41 in Eagles territory. How he was able to get 9 yards there, I don't know. The Eagles had him on the ropes. And so they just could not take him down. Jalix Hunt could not finish him. He was rushing from the edge and just missed him by a sliver. And so 1st and 10 now at the Philadelphia 41. And the clock stops as he ran out of bounds too. So that certainly does not help the Eagles either. 5 men up front. As Love gets the snap, drops back again. He'll loft it, and it's a perfect pass over towards Josh Jacobs yet again, who zigzags and gets his way past the 35, and he's down at the 33. 2nd and 2, and a timeout taken by Green Bay. This from here would be a 51-yard field goal. Just wanted to throw that out there. 5 plays, 35 yards. Another nice pass there by Jordan Love, too. He was on the run and was able to escape the pocket and lofted on over to Josh Jacobs. He threw that perfectly. There was a a blocker coming for Philadelphia, and he threw it just high enough to get it into the hands of Josh Jacobs so that it didn't get deflected. So, oy. All right, there's a timeout. Should have had him, I know. Our offense has got to help our defense out. Yeah, I mean, look, okay, part of it, too, is, like, you can't just expect your defense to be stellar the whole entire time. At some time, they're going to be gassed. They just are. And your defense can only do so much, right? It's like in baseball, right? Your pitching can only do so much. They can't score runs for you. Now, the defense can technically put up points on pick sixes and give the team good field positioning, but you know what I'm trying to say. So your defense is going to get tired, and your offense is doing nothing, literally nothing out there. So, yeah. This is probably going to be a 3-0 game going on into halftime with the way that it looks right now. This is obviously Jordan Love's best drive of the game. 5 plays, 35 yards in about 72 seconds. Seema Fox says, they're making me mad. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Joey Strength over on X, thank you for the sub if you are tuning on in. If you guys have not followed me over on the socials, you are more than welcome to do that. There were 3 guys on him, and he escaped. And again, Jalix Hunt, like, just one more step. One more step he needed, and he would have had him right from behind. John Stolness just tweeted out. Actually, this was from Shane Half NFL. It was fun pretending Kevin Patullo figured out how NFL offenses are supposed to function. So again, Lane Johnson is questionable to return. 2nd and 2 at the 33-yard line in Philadelphia territory. Packers obviously have the football. Love is in the shotgun formation again. He gets the snap, looks towards his left side, throws it. It's caught past the yellow line, and it'll be good enough for a first down. It's a 5-yard game. Adoree Jackson was the one who tried to cover Romeo Doubs, and again, just a missed assignment there that looked like they were playing zone, and Jacobs forgot to cover Doubs. 38 seconds left, and again, stoppage on the clock because he was out of bounds. He got out of bounds. 10 seconds left on the play clock as they now line on up. Dual receivers on the right side. And one receiver lined up on the outside towards the left. Most likely that's Doubs. Love gets the snap. Drops back. Pocket's collapsing. Pressure's coming. He tried to run forward. And he got, I believe, to the line of scrimmage, but was taken down right from behind by a Philadelphia Eagle. That was Nakobe Dean. Good job by him. Dean sort of slipped up, and that was actually Nolan Smith Jr. that got to him. They were showing Nakobe Dean, but again, he just lost his foot, and the field must be slippery out there, especially in that cold weather. We have another injury. This time it's from a Green Bay Packer player. Let's look again here. One of their offensive linemen, that's Eldon Jenkins, got banged up. That's their center. He's now hobbling, and I'll tell you what, that'd be a big loss for them because he's meant a lot to that team. Jenkins, 29 years old. He's 6 feet 5 inches tall, 311 pounds, and was a second-round draft pick back in 2019 who went to Mississippi State. He's been with the Packers since 2019, a two-time Pro Bowler as well. 7 plays on this drive in a matter of a minute and 23 seconds, and the Packers have gotten 41 total yards. They will line up again, 2nd and 10 on the Philadelphia 27-yard line for Green Bay as they go from left to right. Motion towards the near side. Love again gets the snap. Drops back. Pressure is coming, and he loses the football. And the Eagles, I think, recovered it. They hopped on over the ball. And so it looked like that Love just sort of lost the ball. And the Eagles, somebody got on top of it. Let's look again. Nakobe Dean got to Jordan Love, and Love tried to signal a forward pass as he had pressure on him, but he didn't have possession of the ball. He sort of batted it around. And the question is, who got on top of it? Was it Jalix Hunt? It was recovered by Jalen Phillips at the Philadelphia 35. Oh, my goodness. Nakobe Dean and Jalen Phillips fist pumping each other. And the Eagles will have it with 23 seconds to go in this second quarter. He just lost that ball, and Dean came down. He hugged him. And a good job by Jalen Phillips to just dive on top of that ball. They're showing it in slow-mo. He most certainly got to it. Love it, man. Jalen Phillips, I'll tell you what a game for him. Some great tackles by him. A fumble recovery. I mean, come on. That is how you make your Eagles debut, man. Good stuff. You still got 3 timeouts here, and the ball will be at the Philadelphia 35. They got 23 seconds to go in this second quarter. There's Elliott warming up over on the sideline. This defense has been so good in this game. So Love was sacked for a loss of 8 yards. And again, we just talked about it before. Eldon Jenkins just got carted off the field during that little injury timeout. Hurts gets the snap, drops back, now rolls over towards the left side. He's at the 30. He's going to run with the football past the 35, and he's out of bounds. So it's just a gain of 4. Actually, they say that he got over to the 39-yard line, so it's a 2nd and 6. He did. 2nd down and 6 yards to go. 16 seconds left. Eagles still have not even used the timeout. Toth is still out there. No word on yet whether or not Lane Johnson is going to return for Philadelphia. Hurts in the gun. He'll get the snap. He drops back. Looks towards his right side. Throws it, and it's incomplete. The pass was a little bit short over to Devontae Smith. He tried to slide and make the catch. I believe it was just a little bit out in front of him. That took about 4 seconds off the game clock, and it'll be 3rd and 6 at the 39-yard line. Wondering here, do you just take a knee? Or do you just try to go for it here? What's up? What's going on, Scott? How are you? What is up? You trying to get points on the board here. Yep. 3 seconds left on the play clock here. Hurts will get the snap. They're going to run it, and Will Shipley gets stuffed. Now, why would you run the ball there and play conservative? That doesn't make any sense to me. And now, of course, the Packers are going to call for a timeout here with 4 seconds to go. What are they doing? Just running the football there makes no sense. You needed a first down. You weren't going to get it running the ball with Will Shipley. It's just such a head scratcher, you know? I will give credit, though, to the defense. But still, Lane Johnson was in a lot of pain leaving the field and then took a cart to the locker room, says John Clark. Very concerning for one of the Eagles' best offensive linemen. 4th and 4. Hurts will get the snap again, drops back, and he's just going to throw it on out of bounds. And that is going to do it. So they took 4 seconds off the clock, of course, and we're going to go into halftime. No score. Tonight is the first scoreless first half of Monday Night Football since 2009. They just put this graphic up on ESPN. It was Browns against the Ravens. There's no score in this game. Can you believe that? That is unbelievable. Zach Berman just tweeted this out. Listen to this. 3rd and 6 at 39 with 11 seconds to go. I would give one of the wide receivers a chance to make a play on the ball to try to set up a field goal. Exactly. Eagles ran a draw to Will Shipley, resigned to go into halftime with a 0-0 score. I mean, I did say, do you take a knee there? But I figured that if they were going to try to make a play, they were going to obviously have to go for a first down, try to get into field goal range. But, again, they just weren't able to do it. Their best drive was the first drive of the game. And Jalen Hurts fumbled the ball, couldn't hold on to it. And ever since then, the offense has just looked so bad. It's been so stale. And you're coming off of a bye. So it's not an excuse. It really is not, man. So, oh, man. It's insane. Terrible coaching. Terrible coaching. All right, give me about 3 minutes or so, and I will be back on for a halftime show. I just want to gather my thoughts together and sort of just reflect on what did happen in that first half. I would say overall, though, from the defense, really, this defense has been outstanding, and they've played very, very well, blitzing Jordan Love. There were a couple of times where they couldn't finish him, but overall, they stepped up when they had to. This offense, though, has just gone MIA, and with the play calling that's being thrown at by this Eagles offense, it's been terrible. It's been so bad, to say the least. Running plays with 3rd and 8, and you need to get a first down. I don't understand. All right, I'll be right back, though. Don't go anywhere. See you very, very soon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the game did start at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Time. No, this is not your imagination. No, this is not a fault in the Sports Scores bot bug or in the Sports Scores bot app. It's not a bug at all. It is a no-scoring game so far between the Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. And so it's just been one of those games where you scratch your head and you say to yourself, Vic Fangio has been outstanding. The defense has done its job, but Kevin Patullo's play calling just continues, or it really just went back to its old ways. It really did. They got very conservative at the end. They just were not being creative at all. They ran a lot of plays out of the shotgun, and they didn't really go back to what was working best with the play-action pass. I think to my calling, and I could be wrong about this, and somebody can actually correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they only had like 3 play-action passes, and 2 of them were on the first drive, which they were actually moving the ball pretty well on that first drive, and then just the play calling got so stale. We're watching Saquon Barkley run on like a 3rd and 13. And we're also seeing guys like Jalen Hurts scrambling up the middle on like a 3rd and 19 at their own 35-yard line. It's like, what the heck is going on? They tried to also come up with a little play to Jahan Dotson over on the outside on, I believe it was the 3rd drive. And Dotson just was covered throughout the whole entire time, and nobody's running up the middle. You don't see slants. You don't see guys running vertical routes downfield, and they're not trying to throw the deep ball. Now, I understand that conditions also matter too, with it being really cold out there. I'm not trying to make excuses, but maybe that's another reason why they've been a little bit conservative. It doesn't matter, though. The bottom line is that you've put 0 points on the board. None. And that is inexcusable. It sucks that Lane Johnson got hurt. You also had a little scare with Quinyon Mitchell on the very first drive when he came down after making a beautiful deflection off of, I believe it was Christian Watson. But listen to this. Jordan Love is without Matthew Golden, and of course he's without Tucker Kraft. And he's also now, I don't know what the ruling is for Elgton Jenkins on the rest of this game, but he got hurt too. This offense for the Packers, they're missing weapons too. And you're just not able to take advantage of their weak links. And that is what the frustrating thing is. I will get to the positives, and I will talk a lot about this defense, because this defense has been special. They're only in this game because of how phenomenal Vic Fangio is at dialing up defensive schemes. Okay, Josh Jacobs was running the ball. I know that he had some like short runs, but they were meaningful short runs. Like, they were powerful, getting first downs, making some nice plays. They had a couple of pitches over to Josh Jacobs, and yet I'm watching him spin past Jahad Campbell, avoiding a tackle there, and then he's just able to run it out of bounds and get about 5 yards after that missed tackle, right? Like, Josh Jacobs was making some plays. But then I thought that Vic did a very good job. He didn't necessarily fully stack the box a lot of the time, but with the positions that he put Jalen Phillips to come on in, there was one play where Josh Jacobs, I thought maybe was going to get at least like 10 yards because he was able to split 2 defenders, and here comes Jalen Phillips just over from the inside, going outside to take him down and able to make a big impactful play there. Credit to Jalen Phillips. Credit to Vic Fangio. How about that pressure from the Kobe Dean to force that fumble and for Jalen Phillips to dive on top of it, being there first? That was beautiful as well. Jalen Carter with 2 blocks. He's had himself a massive game on defense as well. Quinion Mitchell making plays downfield. So that's been a positive, and that's been something that I've been very pleased with so far. I just wish that I could say the same thing about this offense. Your defense has held this Packers team to be 0 for 5 on third down. That'll work. That should make you jump for joy. You're winning the time of possession only by 5 minutes, though. You had, I believe, 3 3-and-outs on your last, on the last, 4 drives that they had. 3 of them were 3-and-outs. It felt like all 4 of them were 3-and-outs, if I'm being honest with you. One of them just took a little bit longer just because of the injuries that occurred on that drive. But, yeah, it's not been a good game for their offense, and they're not using the middle well at all. I'd like to see Dallas Goedert get a little bit more involved. They did try to get him involved on one pass, but it was a nice deflection from Xavier McKinney on a diving attempt there. But, yeah, really, I mean, when they go to the air game, they're not looking for deep routes. They're not running verticals. They're not running even a lot of slants. On that first drive, I saw one little nice slant from A.J. Brown, and even though they didn't get a first down there, it was a 7-yard gain, and that, I thought, sort of set the tempo there. I think it was the second play on that first drive. I thought that was creative and that was nice, and they tried something there, and it worked. They didn't have to go for a deep ball there, but they tried to get a little bit cute, and it was a good play. Also, Saquon Barkley, I felt bad because Brett Toth just struggles on the O-line. He just does. The fact that he costed Saquon Barkley a big burst there of what could have been 25 to 30 yards, that also hindered you too, and that was not good at all either. Now, there haven't really been a lot of penalties in this game, but even still, that was a big one. That was a big one there. Hurts' fumble. That's on Jalen Hurts. I said it before, I'll say it again. That's on Jalen. That's on nobody else but Jalen Hurts. And I can't give him a lot of heat for it because he's been so good at not turning the ball over this year. He really has. But that was on him. Let's see how he comes out here for the second half. But yeah, what do you guys think down below? Eagles offense has got to be better. So many opportunities have been blown so far, and I would give the same thing I gave to the Sixers. The offensive coaches, they have to read the room and make the right plays. It looks like Lane Johnson is putting on his helmet, and he will go back out there for the second half. Wow. That man is just unbelievable. Really, he's been through so much. The kickoff, and Philadelphia will have the ball. That ball is going to be caught by Will Shipley right at about the 5, and he zigzags outside towards the 10, jukes past the defender, takes it to the 15, to the 20, and he's down at the 29-yard line. It's a 24-yard return from Will Shipley. He got tripped up by Welch and McDuffie on special teams, and the Eagles will have it at their own 29 to start off the second half. Let's go, baby! So Lane Johnson is still, he's not in there right now. They say that he's still out of the game to start the second half, but he's over on the sideline, which I'm surprised. He's now on the sideline wearing this helmet. They'll hand it off to Barkley, who runs up the middle, splits a couple of defenders as he parted the Red Sea, and takes it to about the Philadelphia 36. Nixon and McKinney were the ones who made the stop. Eagles were 10th in the NFL through Week 9 for points per game with 26. Tonight they have none. They also were getting about 340 yards per game. They're at 125 right now. And again, they still have a full second half to go, but still. Brown only has 2 targets, 2 catches for 13 yards. That doesn't help at all. And Devontae Smith, 4 targets, 2 catches, and 17 yards. Hurts gets the snap. And he looks for Dallas Goedert there on a little loft pass towards the right side. Goedert catches it and is taken down immediately by McDuffie and Nixon again. But it's good enough for a first down, and the Eagles finally move the chains. Smash that like button for JJ, baby. If you like the birds, this is Eric Lovely. Barkley slipping maybe bigger cleats. Surface seems slick. Yeah, it's on both sides, man. It's on both sides. This field is probably not fun to play on. But no excuse. You got to take care of the football, right? Same thing with Mailata slipping as well on that same drive. Hurts gets the snap, fakes the handoff, drops back. He's looking deep. He fires it towards the center. Wide open catch at the 40. And down at the 43 is Dallas Goedert. Oh, my goodness. 37, excuse me. But still, Dallas Goedert with a 22-yard catch. And he caught it right at the 40 and was able to get an extra 3 yards and tackled by Bullard. Hurts in the gun, gets the snap again, throws it up the middle, overthrows it to Calcaterra, just threw it a little bit out in front of him and a little bit up high. It'll be 2nd and 10. Nice play call there. It just wasn't executed by Jalen Hurts. There was a fake pitch to Saquon Barkley, too. It was just too far for Calcaterra to make the catch. Hurts didn't drop it right to him. 2nd down at the Green Bay 37. Hurts today on 10-plus yard throws, 1 for 6 for 22 yards in the air. Hurts is under center. And they'll hand it off again to Barkley, who runs up the middle in between the hash marks, gets towards the 31, and is down with a 3rd and 4. They split the defenders again. The O-line able to provide some good spacing for Saquon Barkley to be able to operate. 11 rushes for 46 yards for Saquon. He's low-key had himself a good game. Johnson is still over on the sideline. Goddard's in motion. And Hurts is in the gun yet again. Hurts fakes the handoff to Barkley, rolls towards the outside, finds Dallas Goedert. It's been the Dallas Goedert drive. A 5-yard gain for Philadelphia, and they will move the chains again. Another well-executed play, and good job by Jalen Hurts to just be able to find Goedert running towards that outside. It looked like he was able to get some separation from his defender. They've been using Goedert more, and not just as a blocker, but now he's in the game as a receiver, and that's been giving them some help. A good play call there, too. 11:30 left to go in this 3rd quarter. Hurts drops back as he gets the snap. Pressure's coming. He avoids the tackles. He sleeps on over towards the left side, takes it past the 20, and runs to the bounds at about the 23-yard line, gets a gain of 6, and ends up making a play there. As the blitz was coming, the Packers tried to provide a lot of pressure on Jalen Hurts. You also saw Micah Parsons breaking through on the left side, and Jalen Hurts able to run past him and find some space, get some daylight, and the Eagles are in the red zone, 2nd and 4 at the Green Bay 17-yard line. 10:50 left to go. Hurts hands it off to Barkley, and he is plowed right inside the 22, right on the 20 by Walker. I mean, Quay Walker just knew exactly where he was going to be, and nobody on that O-line stopped him. He ran right in between Fred Johnson and Tyler Steen, and, well, that was Bigsby, for Philadelphia that was in there. Just could not get any sort of space. Not Barkley. 3rd down and 7 back at the Green Bay 20-yard line. Eagles are in field goal range. No score between Philadelphia and Green Bay. Most like Shipley's back out there, and we have some flags thrown. And this will be a delay of game on Philadelphia. The play clock was going down to 0. And so it'll be a 5-yard penalty. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. We got a $20 super chat from Shantae. Just wanted to make sure I mentioned that, Shantae. JJ, I wanted to know how you were doing. Also, I wanted to ask you a question. If you can get in touch with BW and ask him, did he put me on mute or anything, because I can't chat on the stream on this channel for some reason. I got you, Shantae. Sorry about that. I didn't see the question before. My bad. I will make sure that I do that. Shantae, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Hurts hands it off over to his running back, Will Shipley, who runs past the right guard, dives on forward, gets about 4 yards. Cooper takes him down from behind. It'll be a 4th and 8. They ran with the ball again and decided not to go to the air game. And they will take the 3 instead. I mean, what is going on? Why do you run the ball there? Elliott is going to go out there to kick the field goal and provide the Eagles' first points of the game. He's hit 90% of his field goals within 30 to 39 yards. And so this is a 39-yard field goal. The ball is snapped, spotted. It's good. Eagles strike first. And they come up with the first 3 points of the second half to make it a 3-0 ball game. I just don't understand. Why are they running the ball with Will Shipley on a 3rd and 11? Right? Was it a 3rd and 11? It was longer than that, right? What was it, like a 3rd? It was a 3rd and 12. It was a 3rd and 12. Doesn't make sense. Despite this drive, the play calling in this game has been atrocious, says Steve. Yeah, even just the play calling right there doesn't make sense. I can't understand why you run the ball there. This is retweeted. Oh, by the way, shout out to Shantae. They said that Lane Johnson is on the sideline. This is from Dave Zangaro, and he's testing out that ankle, that injured ankle. Even if he can't return to this game, it does seem to be a good sign. And yes, I agree with that too, because this guy got carded as soon as he went on over to the sideline, or sorry, when he went back to the medical tent, right when he initially got injured, and then they carted him from the medical tent into the tunnel. So the fact that he is just out there on the sideline, I do take that as a positive too. Will Shipley in this game, listen to this, has 10 touches. He actually has 4. So that person was wrong. Shouldn't have even said that. He actually said, this person said, Will Shipley has like 10 touches and A.J. Brown is a milk of carton. It's so weird. Every commercial break, ESPN falls farther behind JJ. Oh my gosh, guys! I'm actually at the link. Or sorry, I'm actually out at Lambeau. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Thomas R. Peterson. Jalen Hurts has 500 yards and 7 touchdown passing or passing plays over his last 2 games. I wanted to see the rest of that tweet. But here's Jake Elliott's kickoff. We'll get back to that in a second. Melton is going to be the returner. This ball is kicked high and far, and it'll be caught right at about the 7-yard line and taking it all the way to the 12, or sorry, to the 10, to the 15, to the 20, 25, and down at the 27 is Melton. So it'll be a 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 27-yard line. I'll have to go back to that tweet. Love in the gun gets the snap. Play action pass. He's looking. He's still looking. And he finds Dobbs towards the right side, but a flag is thrown. That was Watson. Excuse me. A flag will be thrown. And I think it'll be called on the Packers offense. Looks like Dobbs is running back. 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the third quarter. Dobbs was wide open. They actually say that it was a holding on Cooper DeJean. It looks like at first that Watson was running back, but of course they'll decline the penalty, and it'll be a 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 47. Watson was being held by Cooper as he was running vertically, and then he ran horizontally after he was able to get separation from him. 8:25 left to go in the third quarter. Love hands it off over to Jacobs, who plows his way up the middle, gets past the 50, and dives on forward at about the 49. Excuse me. So Josh Jacobs with 42 yards on the ground and a total of 62 scrimmage yards in this game. Eldon Jenkins, their center for Green Bay, is out for the rest of the game. Just wanted to throw that out there. Sean Ryan from UCLA is getting snaps down at center for the Green Bay Packers. Love will be under center yet again. 5 seconds left on the play clock. 7:44 left to go in this third quarter. Love will get the snap, and he drops it off over to Jacobs, who escapes one tackle, spins out of it, and lunges on forward and gets about 4 yards, or they'll call it 3 yards, as Jalen Phillips did stop him, and so did Jalix Hunt from moving any further. Looks like Jahad Campbell tried to tackle him right at the ankles, and Jacobs was just able to spin out of that tackle there towards his right side. He was able to react quickly. Been saying all along, he's had some short and powerful plays today. That might be another one. 7:05 left to go in the third quarter. Eagles lead at 3-0. They just scored a field goal from Jake Elliott here in this second half. Love gets the snap. Just got it off, throws it towards the right side. Wide open catch by Wicks, and he's able to get a first down, a 4-yard gain. Bond tackles him, but nonetheless, the Packers will move the chains, and there's 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Wicks wide open over on the right side. That is Dontavion Wicks, number 13 for Green Bay. Jacobs and Watson have the most receiving yards for Green Bay in this game, 20 each. Here's the snap and a handoff over to the running back Jacobs, and Jalix Hunt gets to him for a loss of 4 yards. Hunt over on the outside, able to get past his man, break through the glass, and find Josh Jacobs and take him down, the monster that he is. Jalix Hunt with 2 tackles for losses on defense today. 5:45 left to be played in the third quarter. And about 5 seconds on the play clock. Love under center again. Wicks in motion. Going from left to right. Love fakes the handoff. Play action pass. Steps up and climbs the pocket. And he runs past the 35 and gets right about to the 40, the 41. That's where he's down. Zach Bond from behind tackled him at the ankles, and they will call it just a 5-yard gain there. I'm surprised that Zach Bond was actually able to catch on up to him. He did. Got him right at the feet and just took him down from behind. Nice. Wrapped him up in a bow. 3rd and 9 at the Philadelphia 41. Love is 8 for 12 in the passing game tonight with just 63 passing yards. He gets the snap. He drops back. He's looking down the center. Throws it, and it's incomplete. Deflected out of the hands of Romeo Doubs. Doubs tried to make a diving catch and could not hang on to the ball. And so it'll be a 4th and 9. Quinion Mitchell provided the coverage on Romeo Doubs. Doubs tried to go to his right, then he got to his left, and Mitchell did a good job staying with him. And as Doubs tried to catch it, he sort of dove towards his left, and it deflected right out of his hands at the last second. He didn't really get a good grip there, so that's why I give credit to Quinion Mitchell there. Love will stay out of there, and they just get the snap off. Love drops back again, throws it up the middle, and that time it's battered around and incomplete. They tried to get Malik Heath involved over on offense, and he could not make the catch. Reed Blankenship also was able to get on over there. He actually hit him right on the chest, and he still could not catch it. An incomplete pass. And Matt LaFleur is floored about that. Pun intended. 4:42 left to go. The Eagles will take on over on downs at their own 41. Love threw it right to him. And Blankenship, I thought, still provided good coverage, but still, he threw it right to him, hit him right in the chest. And he could not catch it. That's weird. Where is the secondary? Great defense by Hunt. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's put up a touchdown here on this drive. How does that sound, chat? How does that sound? Who's with me? What's up, chat? How we doing? Let's go. Man. John Clark just tweeted out this. Lane Johnson is still out of the game after working with the trainers and seeing if he could come back in. Does not mean that he's still out for the rest of the game. But I did just want to throw that out there. I will let you know if he does step back in. But again, no Lane Johnson, no Cam Jurgens on this O-line. Of course, Fred Johnson's playing, getting some snaps. Tyler Steen's getting snaps. And Brett Toth is in at center. Hi, everybody. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. And turn on the notification bell icons, too. Let's go, baby. Woo! Oh, man. Did the Birds just get lucky? He was wide. It was a perfect pass. Hit him right on the chest, dude. Got him right square on the chest. They got to make him pay for that, right? They got to make him pay for that. 3-0 Philadelphia, just on a 39-yard field goal from Jake Elliott here in this third quarter. Eagles are lining up. They're in their white and green uniforms. Of course, the Packers are in their yellow helmets. They have green, yellow, and white. Hurts will get the snap. He drops back, rolls towards the right side, throws it right at about the 41. It's caught by Barkley for just a gain of a yard as he lunged towards his right side, and they'll call it just a 1-yard gain. After all that. Again, A.J. Brown just only has 2 targets today. Brown and Smith, 6 targets, 4 catches for 30 combined yards. And Dallas Goedert has 43 yards in the air. Hurts under center, hands it off to Barkley, and down he goes right in the backfield. Oh, my goodness. Wyatt was right there to take him right from behind. They stacked the box. They were ready for that run there, and another loss of 6 yards as the Packers defense breaks on through. Wyatt could not be contained. As soon as Hurts handed it off, he was ready to come after one person and one person only, and that was Saquon Barkley. Took him down right at about the shoulders. So 3rd and long coming on up. All right. Come on. Hurts gets the snap. He drops back. Blitz is coming. Go throw it over to Shipley, who catches it at the 30, gets past the line of scrimmage, runs at a bounce past the 40, and he's down at about the 42. Will Shipley able to get 6 yards there, but good pressure that time by the Packers up front, and the Eagles will have to punt the football. It's their 4th 3-and-out today. 3 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. And the Eagles just cannot take command of this game. I do give credit to the Packers defense there for just providing that blitz. But even still, that's not what you wanted. Man is going to punt the football, and he will kick it and pop it up right inside the 4. That's where it bounces, and it'll bounce on into the end zone, and the Packers will have it at their own 20-yard line. 2 minutes and 32 seconds left to go in quarter number 3, and it's a 3-0 lead for Philadelphia so far. And we'll step aside, we'll take a quick step off, and be right back. Hit that thumbs up button, and hit that subscribe button as well. BRB. Oh, boy. All right, 2 minutes and 32 seconds to go in quarter number 3. And I was just thinking about this. A lot of the handoffs that have been made to Saquon Barkley, I mean, I have seen a couple of pitches, but I've seen 0 jet sweeps today. Haven't seen a lot of naked bootlegs at all. It's been bad. It's been so bad, man. All right, here is Josh Jacobs, who gets a handoff from Jordan Love, runs past the left tackle, splits the defenders, and takes it to about the 31-yard line, and he is stopped by Cooper DeJean. 11 yards on the ground that time for Josh Jacobs. 2 minutes and 2 seconds left to go in the third quarter. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Eagles and Packers playing here on Monday Night Football. Eagles are 6-2. Packers are 5-2-1. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Love Oh, get the snap. Fakes the handoff that time. Throws it towards the right side. And what a catch made for a first down. And that was by Malik Heath, I believe, or Dontavion Wicks, that caught it. It's a 20-yard gain. There's a penalty called on Cooper DeJean for a defensive holding, but that penalty is declined. Hicks had to fight for that ball. He caught it towards the right side, too. Was able to leap up, make the catch, haul it on in, and a beautiful play right there, and another nice play call, too. Quinyon Mitchell was supposed to cover him and just got a little step behind him. 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Love dumps it off over to Josh Jacobs, who tries to run past the right side on the interior and only gets maybe about 2 yards. Nobody was home. Reed Blankenship stopped him, and as well as 3 other Eagles players closed that gap, too, from him going anywhere else. It'll be a 2nd and 8. Love today, 9 passing completions and just 83 passing yards in this ball game. And we're ready to go into quarter number 4 pretty soon. 38 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. 3 seconds left on the play clock. It's been an ugly game between the both of these teams. Love dumps it off over to his running back, Jacobs. He tries to fight through and get some yards, and he's able to lunge on forward. He got a blocker up front. Jalix Hunt was neutralized, and then Josh Jacobs just sort of slid on forward and got himself 4 yards. 3rd down and 4, and that may have been the last play of this quarter. We'll see. It's going to go down to 3 seconds, and they're just going to let the clock run out. We're going to go into the fourth quarter. It'll be 3rd and 4 for Green Bay when they return at the Philadelphia 43-yard line, and the Eagles and Packers will be back in just a little bit. Just 3 points in 3 quarters, and they are winning this game. Oh, man. I don't like when people say that scoreless NFL games are bad. Why can't they think about the defensive plays? Oh, I didn't say that it was bad. I just said that it's been an ugly game. It really has. It's been an ugly game for this Eagles offense. I give on the last play that the Eagles had when they actually did try to make a pass from Jalen Hurts and they went back to the air game there, I did give credit to the Packers defense. I just really feel like the Eagles today have really shot themselves in the foot on offense. I really have felt that way. Just from watching this game, it seems I can't wrap my head around. You understand that they're going to stack the box for Saquon on like a 3rd and 10 a 2nd and 10 because they just know what Kevin Patullo is going to do. They're going to hand it off to Saquon. He's going to have to run up the middle. They're not going to pitch it to him. They're not going to do even a jet sweep or anything like that. Even a jet sweep there, I don't think that we would have been the biggest fan of it, but at least that they would have tried something new. Creativity on schematics has really been what's been hurting this Eagles team today. You know? J.O. Son and Phillips are both looking good. Jalen Carter also 2 blocks. Can't forget about that. He's been playing like a demon as well. Yeah, your defense has been outstanding. You've held them to 1 for 7 on 3rd downs. I give them a lot of kudos there. I do. Jay Deckers is on the road at Lambeau, and you've given up just 3 points. Actually, you've given up no points. You've given up none. You're pitching. You pitched a shutout through 3 quarters. You know? JJ, I know you're always looking for those short, quick passes to Barkley. I don't know why they won't do that or anything. Yeah, I mean, like, on like 1st and 10, yeah. Get Saquon as involved as a receiver. I don't understand that either. They've been doing it with, they did it with Will Shipley on the first drive. How come you're not, I don't know. Yeah. 3rd and 4 now. And could Philadelphia's defense come through again? That's the question. Love gets the snap, throws it towards the right side, and a diving catch made. The question is, did he get the first down? Yes, he did. Nice play again by Dontavion Wicks. He's been going off on this drive. He had one really nice catch where he was able to snag it and leap up in the air over Quinyon Mitchell to catch it. And that time, they needed just a short play there. He caught it right above the turf and was able to just hug it on in. 1st and 10 inside the 40 in Philadelphia territory. And a new set of downs. 14:22 left to go. Just got it. Love hands it off to Josh Jacobs, who tries to plow up the middle, gets tripped up, though, right after a gain of 2, and he gets down at the Philadelphia 35. Looks like Wicks got a little bit cut. They were sort of stitching it up. Was that Dontavion Wicks that they were stitching up the cut? And, of course, they're showing it. Well, I don't know why they would do that. 2nd down at the 35. Josh Jacobs, 62 rushing yards, 20 receiving yards. Been their biggest player today. Love fakes the handoff, and a play-action pass as he throws it down the center, and it's caught right inside the 15 by Watson. A flag was thrown, but I believe, oh, we'll see. A flag was thrown. Again, that was caught right at about the 12, inside the 15. They will call a penalty on Green Bay for illegal formation. And it'll be a 5-yard penalty. So that just erased a 22-yard play for Green Bay. Would love to see a replay there. Let's look. They said that he had to get past the line of scrimmage. So, nonetheless, they call it a 2nd and 11 back at the 40 in Philadelphia territory. I don't know about that call. Love has completed 10 passes today. He's also rushed for 28 yards. He drops back, gets the snap, throws it down the center again, and it's incomplete. Quinyon Mitchell was right all over his receiver, his target, and that was Romeo Doubs. So Doubs could not catch it. Quinyon Mitchell was his tag. He was all over him and was glued to him and did a great job at just deflecting it. As Doubs tried to catch it, it went off of his fingertips, and then Mitchell just battered it around, stayed right on him. Beautiful. 3rd and 11. Take advantage, please. Triple receivers over on the left side for Jordan Love. He'll get the snap, and he drops back. He has time, and he will roll towards the right side. Couple of Eagles are coming for him, and he has to throw it out of bounds. Incomplete. And so the Eagles will get the football back. Good stop again by the Birds defense. And again, they did cover the receivers too. Mitchell did a good job covering Doubs. And nobody was home. Also, great blocking, too, up front by the Packers O-line to buy him some extra time. Here comes the punt, and this one's going to be popped up into about the 5, and it will be saved right at about the 2 as somebody on special teams was diving on forward into the end zone. That was Williams. And then the Eagles picked it up inside the 1. And the referees are gathering together to sort this out. I was wondering if Ringo or whoever got the return there was down in the end zone. How about that play on special teams by Green Bay? That was a beautiful punt. And then Melton saved it from going into the end zone. Touches the ball while he's in the end zone and just saves it. They say that Melton's foot was inside the 1, and it never reestablished back in the field of play, so the Eagles just dodged a bullet, and they will have it at their own 20. Oh, my gosh. That was almost a ridiculous play. James Seltzer says that's a touchback. Man. Crazy. Oh, man. Thank you all so much for being on here. Touchback. I don't know what Gibson was doing there, too. He was just standing around looking for that football, not even making a play there. It doesn't make any sense either. Crazy. Jalen Phillips has been outstanding in this game, though. I will tell you that. Folks, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play by Play with JJ. Hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. And turn on the notification bell icon, too. That way you will know when we do go live. Jalen Phillips able to, I didn't mention this, but he also did chase Jordan Love and force him to get out of the pocket there and caused an incomplete pass. Good job, Howie. Good job, Howie. Caden Steele. This Eagles defense. Man, Twitter's flying by right now. Wanted to see something from him, but of course it's all flying. I saw something, now I forget what it was. There it is, Caden Steele. This Eagles defense has been great all night. Jalen Phillips, Jalen Carter, all the D-line. Now it's up to the offense. A.J. Brown only has 2 targets tonight, guys. Just 2. Just 2. We got 125 lights. Let's go. Let's get to that 200 marker. All right, Hurts hands it off over to Barkley as he runs towards the right side, gets past the right guard, and is met up by Cooper at about the 25. I'll call it actually a 4-yard gain. They gave Barkley an extra yard there. And Walker's the one who made the tackle. A.J. Brown has not even had a target here in the second half. Not one single target. 12:15 left to go. Ball spotted at the Philadelphia 24. Hurts will pitch it over to Barkley as he runs towards the right side. And Barkley just got back to the line of scrimmage. And it'll be a 3rd down now. So they pitch it to Barkley over on the outside. Actually, I didn't think that was the worst play call there, but we'll see what they do. Just didn't work. 11 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. 3rd and 7. Back at the 23. Shotgun formation. Dual receivers over towards the left and the right. Hurts will get the snap again. Drops back. Throws it over to Barkley, who's wide open at the 20. Gets past the 30. Gets some blockers past the 40 to the 50. Inside the 40. Gets twisted and turned right at the Green Bay 35-yard line. Saquon Barkley, that's how you get him involved in the passing game. 41 yards on that play to Saquon Barkley, and he just caught that right above the turf. And how he spun past one defender, that's just insane. He timed it perfectly. Excellent footwork. Also a nice block by A.J. Brown downfield, too, to help Saquon Barkley get some extra yards there. 1st and 10. Hurts gets the snap. He looks deep. He fires it downfield. And Devontae Smith catches it in the end zone. How the heck did he hold on to that? Wow. A godly-like catch and a godly-like pass from Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith. Touchdown, Philadelphia. 36 yards from Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith. That was beautiful. Hurts threw it right on the money. Right on the money. Evan Williams played as good defense as you possibly could play on Devontae Smith, and he caught it. Extra point coming up. And the ball is spotted, the kick is up, and the kick is good. Now I gotta play the fight song. Let's go, baby! Let's go. That was insane. 10-0 Philadelphia. Hit him low, hit him high. Let's see those emotes! Whoa! I don't know what that was. L-E-S, Eagles. Sorry. I don't know what that was. I sort of like lost my voice there. That was bad. That was pretty bad. I can't lie. Some voice cracking. That was not good. Dude, that pass was freaking insane. Gotta go back and watch that, dude. That is what you call a dot. They show up in the 4th quarter. And again, I got to give credit to A.J. Brown, too, for that nice block. And Saquon Barkley for getting that one defender on skates and spinning past a tackle. He could have been tackled for a loss there. Could have been. Or not for a loss, but it would have been like a short gain for about maybe 5 yards. Great throw. What a catch, says Eric. Devontae, you were unbelievable. Let's go! Yes. You know what else is insane? It took till now to see that pass. You're right. You're right. You're not wrong. Hurts can throw the deep ball. He can. And again, Williams covered him perfectly. Got a little bit of separation, just a little bit, but how he was able to hang on to that catch. Just jump up in the air and just, Jalen Hurts was like, go get it, man. Go get it, brother. He got it, and he hung on to that ball after he tugged it with that left hand. Phew. 10-0 Philadelphia. Elliott's kickoff. That's going to be caught right at about the 5 and taking it to the 10, to the 15, to the 25, and right out of bounds will be the Green Bay Packers at their 25. 24-yard run, or return, I should say, by Williams. And now the Eagles got to get a stop, man. I know that you're tired, D. Just stay strong, man. Stay strong on this drive, and we should be good. Up by 2 possessions. I like our chances. All right, Love will be under center here. 5-man rush up front. Love dumps it off over to Jacobs, who jukes past one defender, zigzags, and tries to fight for a couple of yards, and he gets there. It was Jordan Davis and Zach Bond able to wrap him up after about a gain of 2. Romeo Doubs is now questionable to return for Green Bay, and that's another wide receiver that Jordan Love does not have. Love in the gun gets the snap again, throws it towards the right side. Wide open catch by Melton, and Melton makes up for that drop pass that he had on that 4th and 8, where Love hit him right in the chest. He's able to catch that 11-yard catch, and we'll move the sticks. 1st and 10 at the 38 in Green Bay territory. Love will get the snap again. Looks towards the left side. Finds Jacobs running a slant towards the outside. And he catches it for about 6 yards. Jahad Campbell came right from behind and stopped him from going any further. Clutch tackle there made by him. Just not able to stay with his man, though. 2nd and 4 at the Green Bay 44. Love gets the snap. Throws it to Williams, and Williams catches it for a gain of 2, tries to flip on over Adoree Jackson, and Jackson was able to take him down. Tried to jump on over him and hurdle him, and it just did not work. 3rd and short. Defense! Defense! 8:45 left to go in the 4th quarter. Drop those defense emojis in the chat. Let's go. 10 seconds left on the play clock here. Love gets the snap, dumps it off over to Jacobs, who runs up the middle, gets to the right hash mark, and runs and gets about 8 yards there, and will take it to the Philadelphia 46. He got through, he found some daylight, and was able to just take it right past the 50 to the 46. And that's another 1st down for Green Bay. 1 turnover for each team so far. 8:03 left to go in the 4th quarter. Another snap made to Jordan Love. Looks towards his left side after he backed up and found Wilson at the 44. And he stumbled, he tumbled, and just only got 2 yards. Caught it right in front of the line of scrimmage over on that left side, and then just ran a little bit diagonally and got tripped up. Love gets the snap, drops back again, throws it towards the right side, and it was nowhere near his receiver Melton, and it'll be a 3rd and 8. Just couldn't follow the throw there. The Packers today are 3 for 10 on 3rd downs in this game. They will break the huddle again. 7:34 left to go in this 4th quarter. 5 seconds on the play clock. Love gets the snap, drops back, looks towards the right side, throws it wide open, catch by Hicks, and he is out of bounds at the 34. Nobody was on him, and another 10-yard gain, and that's now the 4th time that the Packers have converted on 3rd down. They are now 4 for their last 7 on 3rd down conversions. It did not start off that way. They were not doing well, but, well, Dontavion Wicks, 5 targets, 4 receptions for 38 yards, and he's been very strong. He's made some big-time plays. Here's a jet sweep that was from Love over to Wicks again, or Williams, and he gets taken down by Cooper DeJean towards the left side of the line. So he did get back to the line of scrimmage there. Brandon Graham almost tackled him. Almost got to him. That would have been probably for a loss of 3. Good to see Brandon Graham back out there. Love again gets the snap, drops back, looks towards his left side, throws it, and it's incomplete. No, there's a very late flag thrown. Jahad Campbell, I thought maybe they were going to call a hold as Musgrave was the intended receiver. Let's see. Yep, he tried to get after him. Yep. He did tug onto the jersey just for a quick second. And Jahad Campbell thought he was going to get away with it. Did not. And the ball will be spotted at the Philadelphia 13. So right now, the Packers are in the red zone. 6:26 left to go. 21 yards enforced. Love gets the snap. He's at the 20. Throws it over to Josh Jacobs. Escapes a tackle. Runs on forward past the 10. And he's down at about the 6. Josh Jacobs fighting for some extra yards. And again, the Eagles defense could not stop him as soon as he caught that. Looked like the defenders were out in front and just could not wrap him up at the feet. 6 minutes left to go. Clock continues to tick. 3 receivers all lined up on the left side for Green Bay. Another handoff over to Josh Jacobs. Runs up the middle. Fights past the 2. Gets to the 1. And is he in the end zone? He is. Touchdown Green Bay. The Packers, Josh Jacobs, able to find the end zone. And, well, after the Eagles shut out the Packers for about 3.5 quarters, they say that the they're going to look at this. They may have been down at the goal line. Looked at the review here, and was his knee down is the question. They give him the touchdown for now, and they looked at the replay. Yep, that's a touchdown. Looked at one replay, and it didn't look like it was, but the second one it did. So it's 10-6, and the extra point coming on up from McManus. The ball was spotted, and the kick is good. Right down the middle. 5:49 left to go. So, punch, counter punch, and the Eagles will have to respond again on offense with 5:49 to go here in the fourth quarter. Jacobs with 79 rushing yards. Is that the most that he has rushed for all season? Let's take a look at that. Josh Jacobs, 79 rushing yards. His highest is actually 93. It just has felt like in this game that he's made some big-time, like, short runs, like power runs for, like, third downs and stuff. So, I prefer having a game like this against the Lions and Bears, but why the Packers is Malcio? It's a good question. It's cold. I can hear the excuses. Eagles had a bye, so they, it was a longer week, longer couple of weeks. I don't know. I can just hear them all. Damn. Could not stop Josh Jacobs there. I'll tell you this right now. Now would be a perfect time to chew that clock down. I mean, that doesn't sound like I'm coming out of left field, but I'm just saying, now would be a very good time to just chew that clock and kill it. Punch a clock. I wish that we actually had that as an emote. That'd be kind of funny. Punching a clock. Man. The offense needs to step up. The O-line has to step up, man. They didn't say that Lane Johnson was ruled out for the rest of the game, but I think it's highly unlikely that he comes back in. I do. 10-7 Eagles. How did we get here, JJ? Great question, chat. If you are just tuning on in, the Eagles and the Packers were scoreless in the first half. And then Jake Elliott broke the ice in the third quarter after he hit a 39-yard field goal to make it 3-0. And then in the fourth quarter, Devontae Smith caught a 36-yard bomb from Jalen Hurts to make it 10-0. And the Green Bay Packers just put up 75 yards on 11 plays in about 4 minutes and 46 seconds, and they're on the board. Here's the kickoff. It's high, and this one's going to be caught at the 2, taking it all the way to the 20, to the 25, and marked down at the 28-yard line on the return there for Philadelphia. Well, they're able to they will start at their own 28. That was Will Shipley, or Xavier Gibson, that was, who returned it there. They'll call it a 27-yard return. Eagles' 4-minute offense, according to Jeff McLean, has been mostly non-existent this year. Can it deliver here? Tough task, man. 5:45 left to go in the fourth quarter. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Come on. They'll line up in the shotgun. Hurts will dump it off over to Barkley, and Barkley gets taken down immediately. I mean, nobody on that offensive line could stop Eli Williams. He just ran through like that offensive line was cellophane. Really. It was just non-existent. Got him right there. Loss of 2 yards. Lane Johnson did just return to the game. So he is out there. To my surprise. 2nd and 12, back at the Philadelphia 26. Stop running the ball. 5:03 left to go in the fourth quarter. Hurts fakes the handoff that time, tries to find Goddard as Hurts rolled towards his right, and it's incomplete. It was battered around by Nixon. He got a hand on it, just barely. Goddard also had his back turns towards him for a sec. Actually, he got a hand on it too. Just couldn't haul it on in. Would have been a tough play. 3rd and 12. Come on! Come on, man! At the 26, if they run the ball here, Barkley is out there. Hurts does get the snap. He drops back, looks towards the right side, throws it, and it's caught. Wide open catch by Devontae Smith, and he holds it in at the 42, and he's out of bounds. Beautifully done by Jalen Hurts. And Devontae Smith got the separation that he needed, was able to get space, find a gap, and catch it, and keep both feet in. 42-yard line, that's where the ball will be spotted for Philadelphia. Boy, did they need that. Nixon was the one who tackled him. 4 catches for Devontae Smith for 69 total yards. Hurts under center, hands it off to Barkley, and he will plow through the middle and get 4 yards as Williams took him down at the knees. 2nd down and 7 yards to go. Ball is at the Philadelphia 45-yard line. Barkley today 16 rushes for 44 yards. He's only averaged about 2.8 per carry. 4:15 left to be played. Chew that clock down. Hurts under center yet again. Brown is in motion, going from left to right. Hurts hands it off again to his running back, Barkley. And Barkley gets about 5 yards that time. Micah Parsons does stop him from moving forward a little bit more, so he couldn't get to the yellow line Good job by Micah to just get his foot out there to trip up Saquon right on the knees. That was a beautiful play. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get to his chest or his shoulders to tackle him from there. He just put his foot out and stopped him from his tracks. 3rd and 2 at the 50. I said stop running the ball, but do you run the ball here? 3 seconds left on the play clock, and the Eagles are going to burn their first time out. That's the first time out of the half. Sirianni's yelling something. That was to his players, though. Score a touchdown, and we win. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. What do you do, Chad? Do you run here or not? Let's go. George, what's going on? First time hearing you call NFL. Loving it, JJ. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. 3rd and 2 at the 50. All right. Let's go. Hurts is under center. They just used their first timeout. What did they dial up here? Let's see. Hurts under center, looking to hand it off to Barkley, runs up the middle, gets past the sticks, and will move the chains. And so it's about a 5-yard run by Saquon Barkley, and the ball is at the 45-yard line in Green Bay territory, and that is a first down for Philadelphia. 3 minutes left to go in the 4th quarter. Chew up that clock. And Barkley able to provide a powerful run there, and a good job by Brett Toth and even Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson being back out there in this game and just fighting for this team. He also got him some extra space, too, to operate. Hurts again with a handoff over to Barkley. He zigzags up the middle, gets past one defender, and he's down as an Ag Bear takes him down right from behind. Just a gain of 2 yards, though. And a timeout taken by Green Bay at the 2:34 marker. So each team does have 2 timeouts, plus the 2-minute warning as well. All right, 2nd and 8 at the Green Bay 43. All right, so let's take a sip of water. I really didn't think Lane was coming back. Yeah, I didn't think so either, Steve. I really did not. And for him to just provide that little gap for Saquon to run. Gosh, that guy is a warrior. He really is. Like, he's just like the definition of what you want on your team. Somebody that just pushes through adversity when adversity hits. And he comes back, like, that's a champion. Really. I'm not just, like, throwing that out there lightly. Like, that is a champion. That's what champions do. Insane. Legendary. It's not been the best game. It was not a good first half from Jalen, but in the second half, man, this guy just makes winning plays, and hopefully they can hang on here, and we'll see what he does here down the stretch. Got to get 2 more first downs, says Eagle Auto. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Didn't really play a whole lot of music in that first half, so we're making up for it. Also, by the way, love that route run from Devontae Smith on that 3rd and 12. I don't think I gave that play enough flowers, but that was an incredible route run towards the outside by Devontae. You know? Here we go, baby. 2:34 left to go. Hurts under center again. Brown lined up on the left side. Hurts gets the snap. Fakes the handoff. Drops back towards the right. Throws it out of bounds. Incomplete. He had pressure coming on him. He was backing up pretty far. And he just threw it towards too far to the right. And ended up getting an incomplete pass there. It was probably wise that he ended up throwing it out there. He did have pressure from Micah Parsons. Again, just staying on him. Parsons has actually had a pretty good game today. So an incomplete pass, 3rd and 8 with 2:29 left to go. They did not run the ball there. All right, there's Micah Parsons over on the right side of the line. Here is Hurts. He gets the snap, drops back, throws it towards the left side, and incomplete to Devontae Smith. It was way over his head. No flags thrown. I was thinking maybe for a sec there was a little hold. I'd like to see a replay of it. But it'll be 4th and 8 at the Green Bay 43. Hurts had to get that off pretty quickly. Yeah, no flags there. None. Good defense. Really nice defense by Carrington Valentine. 4th and 8. And they're going to go for it. Oh, my gosh. Can they convert on 4th down? They're at the Green Bay 43. And a flag is thrown, but did they call time first? Yep, they're going to call a delay of game on Philadelphia. Couldn't tell if Nick Sirianni called a timeout before that, because sometimes that does happen, and now the Eagles' offense will get off the field. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go, and the Eagles have got to play defense. They play defense, they win. 10-7 is the score. Man, you needed to get that first down there. 4th and 13 at the Green Bay 48, and man is going to go out there to punt the football. 7 punts inside the 25 touchbacks. Here's a punt this time. This one is popped up, and it's going to be caught right inside the 10 by Nixon, and he does signal for a fair catch. Okay. So Jordan Love is going to go back out there for Green Bay, and the Packers will get it. Plus, they have the 2-minute warning and still 2 timeouts left. Eagles also have 2 timeouts. A field goal ties it. A touchdown gives Green Bay the lead. Man, you're putting way more pressure on this defense. If they hold them here, offense is to buy this defense a win or a couple of beers. Love, and the gun gets the snap, throws it to nowhere. It was to no man's land, and it'll be 2nd and 10. He was looking for Dontavion Wicks, I guess, but it was nowhere near him, up the middle. So the clock stops with exactly 2:15 to go in the 4th quarter. 10-7 Eagles. Again, each team has 2 timeouts left. Eagles are 5-1 in 1-score games, which is the best in the NFL. Let's see how strong they can stand here. Love, empty backfield, gets the snap again, looks up the middle, pressure was coming, and the throw is incomplete over to Melton. The ball just, I believe, hit the ground, too, ever so slightly before it even got to him. It was a low pass, but good pressure up front. It was Nolan Smith Jr. Man, it's so good to have this guy back, really, for him to just provide a lot of pressure over on that line. And it's now 3rd and 10. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go in the 4th quarter. 3rd and 10 at the Green Bay 10. 3 seconds left on the play clock. Love backs up as he gets the snap, throws it down the center, and it is caught right inside the 35 by Christian Watson. And he takes it for about an extra 3 yards and is down by Makuba. Jordan Love able to make a clutch pass and find Watson wide open, and we have reached the 2-minute warning. It'll be a 1st and 10 for Green Bay at the 35 when the Eagles return. Oh my gosh. Gosh. It looked like to me, and chat, for those of you that saw this, I thought maybe Nolan Smith got held up a little bit there, but regardless, Andrew Makuba gives up a 3rd and long, man. It was really a 3rd and 10, but still. Who's 35? Oh, I said it was in Green Bay territory before. It's at the Green Bay 35. 2 minutes left to go. 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 35-yard line. I got it on the screen, too, in case you guys can't, in case you guys didn't know. I'll make it a little bit bigger for y'all, chat. I got you. There it is. So it's at the Green Bay 35. Oh, man. Devontae Smith leads all receivers today with 69 yards. Christian Watson is 45. After this game is done, we got a post-game show. We have a lot to break down. I really want to hear your thoughts on this game. I will be taking phone calls after my little monologue. It is 11:06 p.m. Eastern Time. This is Monday Night Football, man. Crazy and wild. I got you, man. I got you. Ask and you shall receive. That's how it goes on my channel. Dude, the moon looks so nice tonight. It would look even nicer after an Eagles win, because everything is nicer after an Eagles win. All right. Each team has 2 timeouts left. Packers are going to line them up. There's Jordan Love out there. 18 seconds left on the play clock. Receiver in motion, that's Wicks. Love gets the snap, drops back, lofts it over towards the left side, and incomplete. It was supposed to go to Josh Jacobs, but Jalen Carter was able to just put pressure up front and make Love make a quick decision. He tried to sort of loft it over to Josh Jacobs. It was in his vicinity, but he just could not make the catch. Almost got to the quarterback too, Jalen Carter. Let's see those Carter emotes. Let's go. So 2nd down at the Green Bay 35. 1:56 left to go. Dual receivers on each side, and now Wicks again in motion going from left to right. Love gets the snap, drops back, throws it to the right side, and it's incomplete. It was supposed to go to Dobbs, I believe. Nope, it was Dontavion Wicks, and he could not hang on. He tried to jump up and make the catch, and it would have been probably at the 50, and it'll be 3rd and 10 at the Green Bay 35. Dontavion Wicks actually got the separation there that he needed, and Adoree Jackson just fell behind him, and Wicks could not hang on to that football. 3rd and 10 at the 35 in Green Bay territory. Shotgun formation again for Jordan Love. Love will get the snap again. Finds a wide open tight end at the 40. And down right at about the 44 is Musgrave. A 9-yard gain. And it'll be 4th and 1 with about 1:35 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Love gets the snap And we have a flag thrown as the running back, Josh Jacobs, got taken down. But let's see what this flag is on and what is to come here. The referees are all gathering together. Who is the flag against is the question. They call illegal formation on Dontavion Wicks. But it'll be Eagles football with 1:26 left to go. Wow. Because the ball was fumbled and recovered by Philadelphia, Reed Blankenship just got there. Again, there were flags that were thrown right from the start, but the play continued. Reed Blankenship recovered the fumble, and the ball was fumbled by Josh Jacobs. And the Eagles will get it at the Green Bay 39-yard line, and it'll be a 1st and 10. The Eagles defense comes through. Oh, my gosh. Your heart stops for a second because you just don't know what's going to happen, man. Jalen freaking Phillips. Again, with more pressure. Oh my gosh. I don't know how. I don't know how. Josh Jacobs fumbled the ball. Reed Blankenship also got a hand on it as well. And so did Jalen Phillips. And it was recovered by Reed at the Green Bay 40. And he ran for a yard. And so the Eagles get the ball back. Illegal formation, penalty declined. Let's bleeping go! Timeout taken with 1:26. They're in a TV timeout, so that's why we're in a little bit of a break. Oh my freaking gosh. Jalen freaking Phillips, man. In all honesty, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, but Jalen Phillips, I think, is my MVP of this game. I really do. This guy has made so many awesome winning plays in this game. Unbelievable. Sorry about that delayed call there. I was wondering what the flags were that were being thrown, but I got to stick to the play regardless. Insane, man. Insane. 1:26 left to go. 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 39. And the Eagles have possession of the ball. So Hurts is going to hand it off over to Barkley, and Barkley is taken down at about the 37-yard line. And timeout number 2 taken by Green Bay. Just a gain of 2. It's insane. Unbelievable. What a game. What a game, dude. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the notification bell icons too. I know I might not be everybody's cup of tea, but I do appreciate you guys for being on here. And for those of you that have been supporting the channel, I appreciate it. I really do. Dude, we're going to talk about that pass to Devontae Smith. Got a lot to talk about. There's some ugly, too, that we have to discuss as well. Hurts is under center. There's 5 seconds left on the play clock now. Hurts hands it off over to Barkley. Zigzags, jukes past one defender, but only scratches and gets about a yard. Then he juked over to the right, and then Quay Walker took him right on down. It'll be a 3rd and 7 at the Green Bay 36. 1:18 left to go, and the Packers use their final timeout. A first down wins the ball game. Get a first down, you win, it's game over. Don't get a first down, then the game continues. Eagles only lead it by 3 here. 3rd and 7 at the Green Bay 36. 10 seconds left on the play clock. Jalen Hurts now under center. Devontae Smith over on the outside towards the right. Hurts hands it off over to Barkley, and Barkley is going to go down at about the 35-yard line. 1:10 left to go. It'll be 4th and 6. And the Eagles are just going to take this clock down to about 32 seconds. I'm wondering, do you just try to go for it? 45 seconds to go. Hurts will line them up. Clock going down to 35 seconds. 3 seconds left on the play clock. And they'll call a timeout. So they will take their second timeout with exactly 33 seconds to go. I don't know why the TV keeps freezing, but it just does. Eagles are going to play the Lions next week, and then they play the Cowboys after that in Dallas, followed up by the Bears, the Chargers, and the Raiders. So they just took their second time out, and they're going to line up on offense to try to win the game here. Hurts in the shotgun formation. He'll get the snap. He drops back. He throws it over towards the left side. A.J. Brown does not make the catch. It's incomplete. And the Packers are going to get the ball back at their own 35-yard line with 27 seconds to go. And if they get into field goal range, obviously they can tie it up. Man. So the pass is incomplete. The game will continue. And all they got to do, the Packers, is to get into field goal range to tie this game. Nick Sirianni not happy. He just said, darn it, to put it nicely. 27 seconds left to go in the fourth quarter, and Green Bay has a chance. Brandon McManus is warming up over on the sideline. His career-long field goal is 61, they just said. Love in the gun, gets the snap, drops back, defense, pressure's coming, he throws it deep, fires downfield, and it's battered around and incomplete. Andrew Makuba able to provide a lot of pressure on Christian Watson. You also had Blankenship back there, I believe, too. And so with 20 seconds to go, the Packers will still have it at their own 35. They were looking pretty deep. And Watson was right at about the 20 inside. Yeah, right at the 20 in Philadelphia territory. Good play by the Eagles defense. 20 seconds left to go. 5 seconds left on the play clock. Love in the gun yet again. Gets the snap, drops back, has time, throws up the middle. Wide open catch past the 50 by Melton, and he's down at about the 46. 8 seconds left to go, 5 seconds to go, and they will just clock it here with exactly 5 seconds. That did take some time off the clock. Again, no timeouts for Green Bay. The ball is at the 47, and McManus is going to try. This would be a 65-yarder. They're going to bring the field goal unit out there. So Love spiked the ball to stop the clock. I believe it will be a 65-yarder. Here it is. Again, we said that this career long is 61. Three seconds left on the play clock. They were showing Saquon Barkley. What's going on? What the heck is going on? Eagles called a timeout. They took their last timeout. Like, they're not even showing the field, nothing. They didn't get a chance to snap the ball. Weird. Crazy. It was just short. They kicked they're saying that they kicked it, but the timeout was called, and it was short. So Love and the offense are going back out there, and they're going to go for a Hail Mary here. So the field goal unit is not there. Now with 3 seconds to go, Love will get the snap. He throws it out of bounds, and there's 2 seconds left. They tried to get a quick play off, and now the field goal unit is going to go back. Insane. What the heck is going on? That took 3 seconds off the play clock. So as soon as Sirianni called the timeout, the Packers decided to put their offense back out there. And now McManus and the special teams will go out there again. Again, this is a 65-yard field goal. They'll call it actually 64. All right, here it is. Snap. Ball spotted. The kick is up. It is wide left. Not even close. And the Eagles hang on and beat the Packers. 10-7. You can breathe. And you can sigh as the Philadelphia Eagles are now 7-2 on the season, just like that. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Baby. That's awesome. Wow. I'm stunned. I'm so stunned. Oh my gosh. Wow. What a game, man. There's a lot to unpack, especially with how that game ended. And with what ended up happening, oh my freaking gosh, dude. Unbelievable. I'm stunned that they pulled out that game. So many things went wrong tonight, and their defense was A+. And that leads me to my MVP. And to me, it was Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips, Jalix Hunt, Jalen Carter were awesome today. Those three guys in particular played a heck of a game. Quinion Mitchell played well too and fought through some adversity tonight. I thought that he played very, very well, and we have a lot more to break down. But they held on. They somehow, some way won that football game. And with Kevin Patullo and his terrible play calling, they still found a way to get that done out at Lambeau. I know that the Packers were missing guys. I know that Tucker Kraft didn't play. I know that their center got hurt. And also they ended up missing their top receiver in Matthew Golden. And I believe also Romeo Doubs went out for one point of the game too. Or somebody else at their receiver end. I can't really think about who it is right now. But they pulled out that game. The offense needs to buy the defense a beer tonight because they were A+. I mean, I can't say it any better. This defense was perfect tonight. They did excellent. They were outstanding. You don't win this game if your defense doesn't play like this. Really, you don't. And the Packers did have some opportunities. I mean, the 4th and 11 and the chest pass that was made over to Anthony was it Belton or was it Melton? I believe it was Melton. Yes, it was Melton. Melton couldn't make the catch. That was on him. But, wow. I have to collect my thoughts after this type of a game. But I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes just to collect my thoughts, just so that way we can talk about this and I can give you an actual analysis on this game and make my points and organize things. But yes, insane. I do want to read a couple of chats really quickly. What's up? Whew. Let's go. W defense. Whew. All right, be right back. Don't go anywhere.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
Mental freaking toughness. That's what won you this game. It all starts. It all starts with your defense setting the tone and not going back and stomping all over these Packers. It was not a comfortable game at all whatsoever with your offense out there. There were a lot of head-scratching decisions. But ultimately, at the end of the day, you found a way to take this game out at Lambeau Field. I heard so much talk during this week from so many Packers fans and even from people on the YouTube airways that were talking about the Packers and how they could really go out there and dominate against this Eagles defense. Well, they only put up 7 points. And you stood your ground. You played extraordinarily well. Jalen Phillips made a name for himself today. And this is exactly what Howie Roseman got. He got exactly the player that he wanted today. This guy was everywhere. This guy was getting to Jordan Love, putting pressure on him, making him escape from the pocket, making him look uncomfortable, confused at times, and he made him make some awful decisions. Also, the fumble recovery, the fumble recovery was absolutely big. You just had so many big plays from that guy, and I put him in there as my MVP for today. That's where I stand. I thought that he was everywhere, all over the place. And you don't win this game without him. This guy had 6 tackles, and just from an eye test perspective, every time his number was called, especially in that first half, you just knew that something was going to happen. How about Jalen Carter with 2 blocked passes? Those deflections were big as well. There were some big-time plays from this defense, and they stepped up. When you needed to get a stop, especially in that first half, I go back to the recovered fumble there because the defense was getting eaten on that drive, and the Packers are in field goal range. And what does Jordan Love do? Jordan Love gets under pressure, and the Eagles find a way to make him, or to turn him into a human there. They did. Love today only had 176 passes, or passing yards. He threw 36 passes today, only completed 20. You should win. You really should. You caused the Packers to turn over the ball twice. That recovery at the end was a little bit confusing because of the penalty flag, but they got the ball there. I mean, my gosh. Jalen Phillips again. Just because of the pressure that he put on Josh Jacobs there. Along with, I believe it was Reed Blankenship, who punched that football out and got the ball back. Extraordinary. Extraordinary stuff. We were saying in chat, your defense can only do so much. This line can only hold them to so much. And your offense was going to have to step up. And even at the end, your offense really just was so stale. To the point where after Green Bay uses all of their timeouts, you still come up empty on that drive, and you give them 27 seconds, or 33 seconds, I should say, for them to operate and go downfield and potentially try to tie the game or win the game. And the defense still stood its own ground. Nolan Smith, great to see him back out there. Great to see him make plays and step up too, especially on that second to last defensive drive. It was just great to see him back. It really was. I'll get to the offense in just a second. But again, guys, welcome on in to the Eagles postgame show here on Play by Play with JJ. You put up no points in that first half, and it took you until 8 minutes and 39 seconds into the third quarter to make a field goal. I am just stunned that they pulled this game out. Quinyon Mitchell, I got scared. I got really scared for Quinyon, and I thought that, if they lose him, that's going to be a big loss. And Quinyon did stay out there. He got hurt in that first quarter on that very first drive. That made me feel a little bit scared, but he stayed out there, and I thought that his coverage tonight, especially on Watson, was so strong. Watson was forced to make really tough catches, and he couldn't do so. Quinyon was stuck to him like glue. Except there was one time, though, and I don't remember where I noted it, but there was one time where Quinyon missed him, and Watson did have a wide open catch. Maybe it was Watson. It was that 25-yarder at the end that he caught it for. What I really liked about this defense tonight was that Josh Jacobs, I figured that he was going to make some noise in that first half. And again, the stats, if you look at the stats, they don't always say everything, but some of his runs that he made were very powerful, and the way that he was able to just spin and make some provide some really good footwork, I thought that sort of kept the Packers in the game, especially early on. I thought that he was making some crafty and shifty plays with his legs as they were giving it to him on the ground. But then your defense held the Packers to being 0 for 5 on their first 5 sets of third downs. And they ended up the game with 5 for 13. That'll work. You were 5 for 13 on third down. Green Bay, that is. Played well in that area. What else? What else did I want to get to? Who else had a big play? Jalen Hunt, man. Got to the quarterback a couple of times. There was one play that he just missed getting to Jordan Love. He broke through over on the outside towards the left and just missed him right from behind on the ankles. And Jordan Love was able to get a first down there. And that really annoyed me. But other than that, he played very well in this game too. Brandon Graham, I thought maybe he was going to get to the quarterback one time. Almost did. But yes. You won this game because you were the mentally tougher team. It's not easy going out to Green Bay and playing in freezing weather under these types of conditions. It's not easy. We asked them, though, to win this game, and we thought that they should have won this game. And again, I will get to the bad. I will talk about the offense. I will talk about the play calling in just a sec. But I have to give flowers where the flowers are due, because this defense was outstanding. I don't think that some people realize how great Jalen Phillips really was tonight. That guy was a superstar. And Jalen Carter, as he's being double-teamed, seeing the pressure that he gets, plus you have Nolan Smith back, Nakobe Dean is healthy, and you add this guy, this defense just got a whole lot better, especially up front. And then in their secondary, man, imagine like you're going to get Michael Carter the second. You're going to eventually get some snaps from oh my gosh, why am I blanking out on who it is right now? Jair Alexander. It's going to be fun. Yeah. Awesome stuff. So yeah, Jahad Campbell had a big play. I don't understand why Kelly Ringo continues to get snaps. That's like my only negative. This guy is just so bad. But honestly, once Jair Alexander comes into play, and I don't know, I think he has to be better than Keely is right now, right? And also Michael Carter the second. I think that they are eventually just going to get more snaps. I do. I do feel that way. Whew. Good stuff, though. Very, very good stuff. Whew. First drive of the game on offense. You're marching down the field. You got him on the ropes. Jalen turns the ball over. That's on him. I said that during the halftime show. I said that in the moment. He has to hang on to the football there. This guy does not turn the ball over that much. I wasn't mad about it. I wasn't angry about it. But you have to be better, right? You have to come up with that play. You got to hang on to the ball. You can't let it get punched out there. And you got to hang on. End of story. That's not on Patullo. That's on Jalen Hurts. Dakota, Isaiah, thank you both for the follows and for the subs on Twitch and on YouTube as well. The next three offensive possessions. 4 plays, 4 yards. 9 plays, 24 yards. Only get 24 yards on 9 plays, and that took 3 minutes and 31 seconds. That was like the longest, shortest drive I've ever seen in my life. Really. Is that correct? Wait a sec. Why is this? There it is. So, yes, here it is. I'm sorry. 3 plays, 3 yards in the second quarter. This is what it is. 3 plays, 3 yards. Next offensive possession. 3 plays, 8 yards. The one after that, 5 plays, 7 yards in 4 minutes and 43 seconds. That was the drive where I was thinking to myself, dude, that is such... You only get 7 yards in 4 minutes. That's what I was looking at. So for the next 3 drives, you put up just a total of 15 yards. 18 yards. 18 yards on 3 drives is inexcusable. It's unacceptable. And the reason why is because, again, the play calling is just so predictable. You have a short pass, an 8-yard pass over to Dallas Goedert. That I didn't think was a bad play. And then, after that, you run it up the middle with Saquon, and you get and you end up getting no yards out of that. And then Jahan Dotson is lined up over on the outside. You need to just get 2 yards. All you need is 2 yards. They don't pitch it to Saquon. They don't have Saquon. They don't have any motion, right? And Jalen is just looking to the outside They're not throwing down the center of the field. AJ's not running slants, nothing like that. And they just decide to go to the corners and provide a bubble screen play. These screen passes have really hurt this Eagles team this year. And you can't do that. You can't do that there. I was really surprised at how many times they were lined up in the shotgun in that first half. I did say that they were going to have to run more plays under center, especially with the weather being like this, right? And they did. They ran 2 play action plays in the first on the very first drive, and besides that, nothing else in that first half. I don't think that really surprises anybody. But yeah, disappointed with the play calling from Patullo. End of the story there. It's absurd. It's gotten to the point where he just can't do anything right now. And it's sad. I feel like I've been really patient with him. And 2 weeks ago, the offense was moving. The offense was clicking against the Giants. But it sucks. Even in the third quarter, when you get the field goal there, right? When you get the field goal there, it's a 3rd and 12, and you're at the Green Bay 25. You're still scoreless. Why is Will Shipley running the football up the middle on a 3rd and 12 is beyond me. It doesn't make sense. And so they decide to just take the 3 after that. And even to end the first half, I mean, my gosh. I mean, just the way that ended, that was also atrocious too. They're running the ball, and they're not looking to try to go for a deep ball or something because they have time. They have like all 3 timeouts with 26 seconds to go. So are you gonna go downfield, get into field goal range? Like, what are you doing? What's going on? What are you doing? What's the whole goal on that drive there? With that amount of time left and with all those timeouts. It didn't make any sense. They didn't try to get into field goal range. I couldn't understand that either. But yeah, a lot of things that went wrong. And even at the end of the game, the very last offensive drive. Also, sorry to go back to this, but Saquon Barkley, I felt kind of bad for him on that one play where he had like a 30-yard run. It was a big break, and Brett Toth got called for an offensive holding. Like that was bad too. But on the very last drive, with about 1:26 to go, you get the ball back after just a crazy turnover there by the Green Bay Packers as Josh Jacobs fumbled the ball after the flags were thrown. Barkley runs the ball for 2 yards. Barkley, gain of 1. On a 3rd and 7, after they used their final timeouts. Why are you running the ball on 3rd and 7 at the 36 in Green Bay territory? Why? And then on the 4th and 6, A.J. Brown, I didn't really think it was a terrible play call there to try to find A.J. Brown. I just think that Jalen Hurts overthrew it and just didn't get it to A.J., and that's on Jalen there. But I still can't understand. You're putting more pressure on Jalen Hurts on 4th down there to try to do something. And it just would have been nice if they would have tried to come up with something better on that 3rd and 7. But regardless, again, a win is a win. And if they come out on the other side, we are frustrated. We are absolutely baffled. But just a wonky game. Just a very weird game. And yet they still pulled this out. This win right here actually kind of reminded me of one of the games that the Eagles had in 2023. Oh, was it 2023, 2024? Yes. Because we would see that this team was winning all these games in a row by the skin of their teeth. This kind of reminded me of one of those games. Except the defense earned them that win. The defense earned it. The offense did not. They didn't. I did like that one play that Saquon Barkley got on a screen pass. Again, didn't really like the play call. I think I said in the moment that I did, but in hindsight, I didn't really like it. But the way that Saquon was able to spin past that one defender, and that would have only been like a 3-yard gain, got a big gain there, and that set up a potential big play for Jalen Hurts. And he threw an absolute dot to Devontae Smith. That catch was something. That was an incredible catch. I'm looking back at that A.J. Brown pass. I didn't really think that that was actually a bad play. Again. But yeah. Weird game. It had an odd feel to it. But they got the job done. And Jalen Phillips today is my MVP. By the way, John Clark just tweeted this out. He says Jalen Hurts says that he got emotional before the game, and a big reason why after the game he realized his dad and his uncle came from Chicago to see him make his Eagles debut at Lambeau Field. Special. This guy wants to be here. You could hear it in this press conference, how happy he was to be here as soon as he was introduced. And God, is he phenomenal. He is great to watch, especially after tonight's game. You're just like, man, he's on our side. It's insane. Made a lot of big plays. 8 pressures, 7 hurries. This is from Word on the Birds. 6 total tackles, 5 stops, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. I mean, that to me is an MVP level performance from a defensive perspective. Crazy. If you guys want to call in into the show, you can. I will be looking at text messages as well. But yeah, that is my player of the game. Guys stepping up, making an impact. And also, like, you have to understand, too, that, yes, he's familiar with Vic Fangio and his playbook, I'm sure, because obviously they have the connection out in Miami. But for him to just make the adjustments, right, and do that as he came on over here. Now he had time, right? But learning a new playbook takes a lot of time. It just does. And making that transition, it looked like it was so fluid for him. It looked like life was just so easy for him to just be able to get to Jordan Love and make big plays. Some misplays on offense. Some plays that you would like to have back. I'm shocked that A.J. Brown only had 2 targets in this game. I thought that he was going to go off today. He did have that one nice block on that Saquon Barkley run. Now give him credit for that. But other than that, something's up, man. You have the personnel. I think about the Sixers when I think about the way that Kevin Patullo is managing this offense. They have the guys. The Sixers have a very good roster. It's the same sort of thing. It's about putting these guys in the best position to succeed. And that, to me, is what he's failing at right now. I feel that way. Tank Bigsby wasn't really used a lot tonight. He was used more in the first half. But I thought that there were times where he could have been out there. They did hand it off to him on like a 3rd and 11, which again, why are we doing that? On 3rd and 11, not going to the air game, not even having that be a thought, is just mind-boggling to me. And again, even if on a 3rd and 11, right? Even if they decide to go with a jet sweep or a fake pass or whatever, make Jalen Hurts beat you with his legs. Just try something new. Maybe do like a lateral pass to a receiver or something and get the defense on their toes. And do maybe like a Philly special. I don't know. It's insane to me. 7-2, though, does look good. It does. Jordan Schultz, the Eagles couldn't have scripted a better debut for Jalen Phillips. Just a massive difference maker for that defense. Caused the fumble to close out the game. Recovered a fumble. Played the run. 6 total tackles. What a monster. With that, we're going to open up the phone lines. If you guys want to call in, you can. 610-314-0844 is how you dial on into the show. I would really love to hear what you guys have to say. But overall, my takeaway from this game is that your defense had an A-plus performance. They put up a virtuoso tonight. And your offense didn't play well at all. But your defense won you this game. And they stepped up big time. One more thing, actually, before I do get to you guys. I did say this in chat. I did say this before, but I will say this again. Lane Johnson is a champion. Lane Johnson is such a warrior. That guy gets hit right on the ankle, goes into the medical tent, gets carted from the medical tent right into the tunnel in the first half, shows up on the sideline at the start of the third quarter, and comes on in the fourth quarter with about 2 minutes to go. And Saquon Barkley needed a little gap, and he gave you that gap for them to get that first down. Maybe I'm mixing my times, but it was like 2:48 left to go. And he got you that first down there. And he still played through it. Like who does that? Especially on that turf with those field conditions tonight. Who does that? That's why he's so special. Credit to him tonight for sticking that one out. All right, we'll take some phone calls. Again, 610-314-0844 is how you calling in to the show. Very impressive win from this Eagles team. We'll also read some text messages and some YouTube And some YouTube messages as well. Steve says, good night, all. My nerves are filled with complete agitation. That was a weird game. That was a bizarre game, Chris. I don't know if Chris is still here. The way that game ended, and you came up with the W there. That's what championship teams do. I thought that the Eagles were still tested tonight, even with the adversity of the field and with the terrible play calling. They were tested again, and they won. I'm watching the World Series. The Dodgers were tested against that Blue Jays team, and we can talk about the salaries all that we want, but the bottom line is that they were tested, and they found a way because of their mental toughness. Even in Game 7, they fought through so much adversity, and there were a lot of mistakes made by the Blue Jays too. I don't want to open up those cans of worms, but even still, they fought through adversity, and they really stood at their ground and deserved to win. I felt like that the Eagles were so mentally tough on defense, and they were still locked in. Jalen Hurts did not have his best game today, but even in the third quarter, I thought that he stepped up too. I did feel that way. And he made some more winning plays. What else? Wilderness. What's going on, man? How are you, dude? Jay Decker says they just won in spite of Patullo's usually garbage and the worst fourth down decision of Sirianni's coaching career. Yeah, let's talk about that too. Let's talk about that. When you go for it on fourth down there, do you take the 3? I think it was okay for them to go for it, but I can also understand earlier in the game, there were a couple of times where I'm scratching my head as to why they're going for it. But yeah. Well, I guess at that point, right, you're up by 3 points. And you would probably just, actually, wait, hold up a second. At that point, you're up by 3 points. Yeah, you're right. You're up by 3 points, right? So a 3 ties it. So why not just make them try to tie it in the end zone or try to win it, right? Sorry, I had a brain freeze for a second. I forgot that it was not a 4-point game. It was a 3-point game. I'm thinking, well, it's a 4-point game there. No, it's a 3-point game. So yes, you take the field goal there on the 4th and 6. And you kick and you take the 3. It's not rocket science. But yeah, you're right. I got you, man. 6'7". 6'7". 6'7". That's funny. Eagle says, I live 2 hours west of Green Bay. Being able to go to work tomorrow with my Eagles gear on will be the highlight of my year. I'm so glad we won, no matter how ugly it was. And as I said before, a win is a win. And even though it was not easy for them to do this, man. Kevin Patullo better be buying Vic Fangio a whole 6-pack. You know what I'm saying? Because he saved his butt. insane. McManus's field goal, by the way, was not even close at the end. What's up, Isaiah? How are you? What's going on, man? A.J. Brown should have gone through the defender on that final play. Get that PI call. Good point, too. Good point, too. Bottom line is that he didn't make the play there. But again, you won this game. So much adversity. So much stuff that you had to go through. And you pulled it out. I didn't think Saquon had a bad first half. I thought that he actually made some really nice runs. And the Eagles went to him in the passing game, too. A couple of times, and I thought that they should have done that more. Calcaterra, only 1 target. Dallas Goedert, 6 targets. 4 catches for 43 yards. And it was just the third quarter drive, right? Where he was going down the field, and they set up the field goal. Should have went for a touchdown, but yeah. So, all right. Love you all very, very much. Yes, I will make sure I do that for sure. Howie makes great moves. What's up, John? How are you, man? Lane Johnson's the greatest. He really is. He really is. All right, I'm going to get off. All right. I love you guys very much. I will see you guys back on Friday. I also do have a couple of podcasts this week coming up with the Phillies, so make sure that you're on the lookout for that. And yeah, we'll be back on Friday for the Sixers. That'll be fun. I will see you all then. All right, go Birds. And I will catch you all on the next one. Shout out to you.